We're live.
Okay, good morning, everybody. Can you hear me online okay? I'm getting, where are we getting feedback from?
It was me, I fixed it.
Okay, thank you. Perfect.
Again.
Okay, welcome to the April 21, 2023 meeting of the University of Rhode Island Board of Trustees. The meeting is being held in person with some board members participating remotely. At this time, I will ask Board Secretary Michelle Carreri to conduct a roll call attendance to determine if a quorum is present. Please clearly respond present via WebEx or present in person when your name is called.
Margot Cook,
Present in person.
Karina Edmonds,
Present via WebEx.
Mike Fascitelli,
Present in person.
Charles Fogarty, Christine Heenan,
Present in person.
Richard Humphrey, Neil Kerwin,
Present WebEx.
Matthew Lenz, Robbie Luna,
Present via WebEx.
David Monterano, Michael McNally,
Present in person.
Courtney Nicolato,
Present in person.
Vahid Onjazieri,
Present WebEx.
Susan Petrovis,
Present in person.
Jay Placencia,
Present in person.
Tom Ryan, Armin Sabatoni,
Present in person.
and also David Caprio, Hannah Backer,
Present in person.
Melissa Sutherland,
Present in person.
Mark Parlanch.
Present in person.
We have a quorum.
Okay, thank you, Michelle. A quorum being present, I call this meeting to order. A reminder to all members for the benefit of our public audience and the note taker, please clearly identify yourself whenever you comment, make a motion, or second to a motion. Participants using WebEx are required to keep their cameras on as remote members, and all persons present at the meeting location must be clearly audible and visible to each other. At this time, I would like to acknowledge the University of Rhode Island occupies the traditional homeland of the Narragansett Nation and the Niantic people. So a couple of introductions before we get going, and some people that are leaving us. So on behalf of, where is Abby Ryder? Right here, there you go. So on behalf of the board of the URI Board of Trustees, I want to take a moment to express my gratitude to Abby Ryder. She has been the Vice President of Finance and Administration and lots of other things. There's like 15 words in your title, I think. You know, it's funny, every time we are in, you know, the finance session or many sessions, I hear Abby, go ahead. Abby, go ahead. Abby, go ahead. Like, you know, through the whole thing, because Abby has so much responsibility and accountability to the university. And so we're going to miss you. You've done really amazing work for the university. You've been here a long time and you've made a very, very important impact. And I think there's so many different projects that you've led, the team that you've led, and the work that you've done on behalf of the university, we're very, very grateful for. So thank you for everything you've done. We wish you the best in your retirement. If you need any advice on retirement, don't take it from me. I'm working way too hard. You should relax. You deserve it. And we wish you all the best. Thank you. I would also like to welcome Professor Melissa Sutherland. Where is Melissa? There she is, she's sitting right at the table. That's fantastic. So I got the chance to meet Melissa last night at Mark's house, and I couldn't be more thrilled. Melissa has an incredible background. I'll just read you a little bit of her accomplishments. She is a board-certified family nurse practitioner. She's taught community and public health at the undergraduate and graduate level. Her work extends beyond the U.S., contributing to the nursing profession and knowledge development in South American countries. She was a Fulbright Fellow in Chile in spring 2017. She supported the development of a family nurse practitioner program in Chile. She launched a sustainable mentoring program to increase research capacity. Dr. Sutherland is a fellow of the American Academy of Nursing and a nurse researcher. She attended Cornell University, as with Sean, all right, and Mark, She has a BSN and an MSN from Binghamton University and a PhD from the University of Virginia. It's amazing that you're here teaching and that you're here participating in the board, so welcome. I also want to say thank you to Bethany Jenkins. Where's Bethany? Right there. We have Bethany and Hannah in our program in a little bit, but Bethany, it's been fantastic having you on the board. I said this last night that you've made such great contribution, and now that you've moved into the interim vice president for research role, we know you're going to have a even bigger influence on the university. So thank you for everything you've done on the board. We also have a new student. Where's Rava? Is Rava here? Oh, she's not here. Okay. Okay, so we'll introduce her later. She has class. What do you mean? Okay, I'll talk about her in a little bit. Her name is Rava Goyle. And then lastly, Hannah. Where is Hannah? There she is. So we got to celebrate Hannah last night too. It's been so fantastic having you on the board, and you just really epitomize what we had in mind in having a student representative. And it's been great to see you grow in terms of your thoughts and your participation and your experience on the board. And so we're the beneficiaries of you being here, and I hope you learned a few things along the way, but it's been really, really fantastic to have you. And you want to spend a second telling what you are going to be doing next?
Yes, I am very excited. I've been accepted into the top sports management master's program in the country at Ohio University, where I'll be getting my dual degree in sports administration and business administration.
Wow, that's great.
Very good.
Congratulations. That's fantastic. I'm sure it was because you were on the board that that put you right over the edge. Okay, so the first order of business is the approval of minutes. May I have a motion that the URI Board of Trustees approve the minutes of its February 16, 2023 meeting?
So move, Jay Placencia?
Second, Mike Vassalli.
Any discussion on the motion? There being no discussion, may I ask for a voice vote? All in favor, please say yes.
Yes.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, motion carries. Okay, the second item is open forum, and this is the opportunity by our bylaws to give 20 minutes for anybody to come and speak with the board. Michelle, I believe that no one has registered.
That's correct. Nobody
Okay.
has registered.
Thank you. So we will skip that item. Item 3 is executive session. So we will go into executive session, and I'll just name them through the motion. So may I have a motion that the URI Board of Trustees convene into executive session pursuant to RIGL 42465A2 for discussion regarding pending litigation, specifically the consolidated Burt and Thompson case. RIGL 42465A5 for discussions or considerations related to the acquisition or lease of real property for public purpose or the disposition of publicly held property, including student housing, URI campuses, and Peckham Farm. And RIGL 42465A7 for a discussion of a matter related to the question of the investment of public funds where the premature disclosure would adversely affect the public interest. So may I have a motion on that?
So move.
Second?
Second, Christine Heenan.
Any discussion? May I have a voice vote? All in favor, please say yes.
Yes.
Any opposed? Okay, the motion carries. So we will convene into executive session. The executive session will last approximately 60 minutes, after which the board will reconvene into open session. The live stream will be paused during the executive session and will resume once the executive session has ended and we reconvene into open session. Alyssa, you have the first one, right?
And we're live.
All right, I'll text it to you. Okay, the URI Board of Trustees is now convened in open session. The first order of business in open session is a motion to seal the executive session minutes. May I have a motion?
So moved. Neil Kerwin, WebEx.
Second, Jay?
Second.
Is there any discussion on the motion? There being no discussion, you have a voice vote. All in favor, please say yes.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, the motion carries. Okay, we are now going to shift into reports of the committee chairs and action items. And the first up will be the Academic Affairs and Research Committee. So I will turn it over to Chair Kerwin.
Thank you, Margot. The Academic Affairs and Research Committee met on April the 6th. We have several action items to present to the full board, but prior to that, we heard a report from our Chief Academic Officer. I might add that typically we have a report also from the Chief Research Officer of the institution, but due to Peter's resignation from that position, we had no report of that sort on April 6th. The provost reviewed a number of important items, including the status of searches, an honorary degree issue that we'll talk about in a second, the annual cycle of faculty reviews and actions, the Providence Shepherd building status, which we'll discuss, I assume, and then strategic plan mapping. So I'll ask Barbara. Barbara, would you be willing to give the board a quick summary of your report?
Sure, great. Well, thank you and good morning. We have 3 dean searches that are underway, which is very exciting. And many of you know, as you are also participating on them. And our search firm is Isaac Miller. And so that is something that we continue to do. And we're very excited that we have those launched. We also have a search committee that has ended, and that is the Dean of the College of Business. It is complete, and Dr. Sean Rogers has been appointed the new Dean of the College of Business effective June 2023. So we're very excited about that. We also did an update on honorary degrees. We had another worthy candidate that was put forward. So that individual underwent the same review as the other vetting processes. And our honorary degree committee convened February 22nd of 2023 to review that nominee. And a recommendation has been made and put forward to the Board of Trustees for a vote. This is also the time of year that we have the annual promotion and tenure reviews. We have those complete at this point in time, and the recommendations will be forthcoming to the Board of Trustees for approval in the June meeting. Also, an informational item, as you may be aware, that the state of Rhode Island has plans to potentially sell the Shepherd's Building. So that was also discussed, the Shepherd's Building being located in Providence. It houses a various number of URI programming and activities. Many of those are moving back to the Kingston campus, as well as utilizing the NEC in Providence on an interim basis. The Nursing Education Center continues to be ongoing with that program there. And we are able to use that facility in particular for the Doctorate of Business Administration, again, on the interim basis. We are currently exploring alternative opportunities in Providence to make sure that we do maintain a presence there. A presence in Providence is an important initiative for the university and our academic mission and our commitment to the state of Rhode Island. So we are in the process of making both short and long-term plans in that regard. Another item that we discussed was the URI strategic plan. Colleges are actively engaged in coming up with their action plans that map on directly to the strategic plan and the KPIs. I'll give you a couple examples. College of Engineering recently had their Dean's Advisory Council meeting, and that was the main focus of that group at that point in time. Also, the College of Pharmacy is very very well along the way of completing their plan. And again, we're very excited to have all of those hopefully done. May is the target there. We have a number of external programs or a number of programs that are undergoing external review. This is a normal process, often tied to the accreditation of certain programs. The College of Pharmacy is planning a visit from their external reviewers, October 31st through November 2nd. The honors program recently has undergone an on-site review with 2 reviewers from the National Collegiate Honors Council, and we are looking forward to getting that written report. And then lastly, we have the library, which is in the process of a scheduled external review that too will be very useful in terms of identifying the strengths and areas as we move for continuous improvement in all our areas. Another item is a reminder. We do have 2023 commencement, and that is scheduled for Saturday, May 29th at 10 a.m. on the Quadrangle at the Kingston campus, and we look forward to having everybody participate. Finally, we have a transition that you have heard. Vice President for Research and Economic Development, Dr. Peter Snyder, has resigned from that position. We want to thank him for his service to the university. And Dr. Bethany Jenkins, who many of you know, is a URI professor of cell and molecular biology and oceanography, and she has been appointed as the interim Vice President of Research and Economic Development, effective April 8th, 2023. Many of you know Bethany has extensive leadership experience in terms of her research, and she will play an important role in elevating our research enterprise and emphasizing public scholarship as a central component of a flagship university for the state of Rhode Island. So thank you, Bethany. And I think that that's the main items of discussion as well as the action items, Neil.
Okay, thank you, Barbara. Any questions or comments on the provost's report? Hearing none, we'll now move to the action items, of which there, I believe, are 5. The first is to endorse the awarding of an additional honorary degree at the upcoming commencement. Barbara mentioned the material that has been circulated to the board on that awardee. So may I have a motion that the Board of Trustees approve the awarding of an additional honorary degree for commencement 2023 as recommended?
Karina Edmonds, so moved.
Is there a second to the motion?
This is Courtney, second.
Second. Do we have discussion on the motion? There being no discussion, I ask for a vote. All in favor, please say yes.
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 All opposed? The motion carries. The second item is a happy responsibility of this board, and that is to both acknowledge and endorse the awarding of degrees and related credentials. We do that prior to each of our commencements. And may I have a motion that the URI Board of Trustees approve the awarding of undergraduate and graduate degrees, diplomas, certificates, and honors to be conferred by the president to the candidates who will have completed their requirements at the conclusion of the spring 2023 term and who are approved by the faculty of the University of Rhode Island as recommended and presented at enclosure 4A3.
So moved, Jay Placencia.
Do I have a second?
Second, Karina.
Discussion on the motion.
I'll just note, Neil, that I want to congratulate Hannah Backert, who is one that we are approving at this juncture, who will be receiving her degree as part of the May commencement.
And I think we all join you in that. So congratulations, Hannah.
Come back, okay?
Thank you.
We probably should take care of the rest of everyone too, if we can. So can I have a voice vote? All in favor of this motion, please say yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
All opposed? Any abstentions? That motion carries unanimously, and congratulations to all our about to be new alumni. The next motion is that the URI Board of Trustees approve the grant of tenure effective June 18th, 2023 to Dr. Kenneth Rubin, Graduate School of Oceanography, who's met the requirements for tenure at the University of Rhode Island as recommended and presented in enclosure 4A4. And I will ask Barbara to give us a little bit more background on Dr. Rubin.
Great, thank you. So Dr. Rubin is joining us from the University of Hawaii. He holds a bachelor's degree in chemistry from the University of California, San Diego, and an MS and PhD from Scripps Institution of Oceanography at the University of California, San Diego in oceanography and earth sciences, respectively. His expertise is in the area of geochemistry, volcanology, geochronology, and sea level history. He is a fellow in the Geological Society of America and has over 60 peer-reviewed published scientific articles, as well as 2 books.
Thank you, Barbara. Do I have a motion to that effect?
Karina Edmonds, so motion.
Do I have a second?
Sue Petrova, second.
Thank you. Is there discussion on the motion? Okay, hearing no discussion, I'll ask for a voice vote. All in favor, please say yes.
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 All opposed? Any abstentions? Hearing none, that motion carries unanimously. The final 2 motions have to do with program changes, and I'll again turn to the provost for some elaboration on each. The first is that the Board of Trustees approve the following academic program closures as recommended and presented in enclosure 4A5. The closure of the URI BS in Nonprofit Administration and the closure of the URI BS in Professional Leadership Studies.
Thank you.
Barbara, you want to say a few words about these?
So both of these programs have and continue over time to have low enrollment and low demand. For the BS in Nonprofit Administration that was housed in the College of Education and Professional Studies, admissions to the program was suspended in 2022. Right now, there are no faculty members dedicated to that program. So because of the low enrollment and the absence of the ability to address that particular area is being proposed for closure. Likewise, the BS in Professional Studies, again, related to low enrollment and demand, that is also a program that has been suspended for admissions in fall of 2022. There is 1 faculty assigned to the program, and there is an appropriate teaching out plan that is in place. So that these recommendations have been voted on at the college level as well as through the faculty level on up. So they are before you today for closure.
Thank you, Barbara. Any questions about either of these programs?
Yeah, Neil, I had a couple questions.
Yep.
So, first of all, I'm happy to see if there is not demand that we're making the right resource allocation decisions. That's a necessity, and I think that's really good. I was curious if, did you say the Professional Leadership Studies, which school was it in, Barbara?
It's also in the College of Education and Professional Studies.
So is it possible that, and I won't put Sean on the spot here, but is it possible that, that those 2 might be better served in the School of Business? And is there a desire to look at, because those are both, now nonprofit, it may be that there isn't the demand, or maybe we're not the school for it, but it does seem to me those are both both very good programs, especially the professional leadership. So is it possible that over time, we think that they belong in a different school, or how do we think about it?
So I think in its current configuration, it is not attracting students into it. So in that part, that's why we're looking to close this one. There are different opportunities for leadership across the university, but it may be, and I know that with our new dean of the College of Business, that they're beginning to look at this, there may be opportunities, for example, for certificates and other types of programs that this does not currently reflect.
Okay.
Yeah, Margot, if I could share, in full disclosure also, I'm an adjunct professor at Northeastern University in their nonprofit management graduate program, and there's high demand. I think, if I think about our focus here at URI and building pipeline in our workforce, providing high quality education, I think it goes without saying that the nonprofit community is desperate for this. We're 17% of the workforce, more than manufacturing, just behind healthcare and government in the state of Rhode Island. 70,000 Rhode Islanders call nonprofit home every single day. And so, the nonprofit community is desperate for this type of support. I had the privilege when this program was created to be sitting on the SEPS Advisory Council at the time under Dean Anthony Roll. And really what I encouraged Anthony and encouraged SEPS was to really bring the community together to have conversations about this. What I am hearing and seeing is that 40% of the Rhode Island nonprofit community has less than 3 months of cash reserve. We rely heavily here in Rhode Island on our nonprofit community, which is about 6,500 501Cs. And so when I think about that, when I think about my own teaching at Northeastern, I can tell you that these types of tools are critical to the success of our state and our economic development. The challenge has been I haven't seen any marketing, no community connections or integrations as part of this program, no faculty, to Barbara's point as well. No program can work if it doesn't have the resources behind it to succeed. So I understand cost. I think all of us talk every single day about the cost of doing business and the cost of programs. But I would suggest that we do not walk completely away from the nonprofit sector. Some suggestions are certification programs. Some suggestions are minors. Some suggestions are how do we interweave this into an executive MBA program, whatever it might be. I think we also learn from other colleges and universities who are doing this really well. But we have one of the most number of organizations per capita, nonprofit organizations per capita in the country. Let's not forget that. So I will be opposing this vote. I wanted to make sure that everyone knew, as someone who works every single day in nonprofit capacity, I think we just have to continue to keep this top of mind.
Let me ask you a question, Courtney. I appreciate all of that, and I 100% agree. I'm heavily involved with another nonprofit, and so I understand that. But I do think that we have to think about where we're allocating resources and where the demand is.
Absolutely.
So I guess I would ask you to think about whether you're opposing that the vote itself and the allocation of resources to these programs, or whether you're, and I agree, whether you're registering your viewpoint that the university should consider how it serves these objectives in maybe more effective ways.
Yeah, absolutely. And it could be that it's a grad program versus a BS program. Northeastern does not have a bachelor's, they have a grad program. Indiana University is one of the only ones that have a really strong bachelor's program. But the nonprofit community continues to grow. I think my opposition to the vote is oftentimes when we say closure, then it's closed, right? And that conversation isn't necessarily always been had. So I want us to continue just to be mindful, understanding that my opposition is not going to change our vote today, but understanding that the sector truly needs it. United Way is working on a nonprofit resource center, which will be launched in 2023. It's a great opportunity, and we will be working with universities across the state to enhance professional development and high-quality educational opportunities. So further discussion, I think, would make sense, but I worry that when we say closed, we mean closed, and that's not a conversation that should be stopped.
Okay. Wahid?
Go ahead, Christine.
I mean, listening to Courtney here, I'm just, I have to say I'm going to support her. Never thought of it from that aspect of it. spend a lot of time talking about our mission is to provide the best for the Rhode Islanders. And regardless of the cost that it is to the university, because that's our mission statement. And listen to what Courtney just said, and I have not thought about it that way. I'm inclined to agree with her, and I will probably vote no based on that.
But before we get the steamroller going here,
Not the intent, not the intent.
I want to make sure that we understand that we have asked Mark and Barb to really think about where they're allocating resources and what the best use of the dollars of the university are. And so it doesn't necessarily mean that we're no longer going to offer some way of advancing not-for-profit administration or some way of advancing professional leadership. In fact, Mark has talked a lot about the certificate program, adult education, executive education. And so I want to give a chance to Mark and Barb before we take a vote, because I think there are ways of meeting the outcomes that we're looking for, rather than just saying we need to keep everything open. So Barb, go ahead. Barb and then Christine.
Okay, so a couple of things. One is the program that we're closing is a program that's targeted at the undergraduate level.
Yeah.
We do know from outside data that that's actually a low enrollment group for programs. We do know that graduate programs are a much higher
Right.
enrollment target in
Yeah.
terms of potential growth.
Yeah.
The other piece that people should know, so for the program, for example, in nonprofit administration, we've had one student. We've had one student enrolled in the program and then they changed their major. So it's very, very hard to keep a program open with faculty who are dedicated to covering those specific courses with that level of enrollment, which tells us that we're really not targeting the right area.
Yeah, right, correct. Or connecting with the community in a way that's truly meaningful and is part of the overall pipeline of the sector. And having no faculty, having no marketing against it makes it really hard to be attractive when nobody knows about it.
Right. But graduate may be also
Yeah,
a more
absolutely.
appropriate targeted
Yep,
area.
and
Yeah.
highly successful and growing.
Christine.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I applaud the effort to make sure we are focused on investment where we have a shot at being distinctive. And the fact that there's one undergraduate program in the country suggests to me that young people probably don't enter college with an aspiration toward nonprofit management, but come to it later.
Yep.
So I'm persuaded by that added data point from Courtney, I will largely to support management vote in favor of this recommendation, but also really hope we will note Courtney's suggestion that when something is closed and shuttered, that we don't stop giving institutional energy to the fundamental question of what is the right way for URI to connect its resources around management and leadership to a really important sector for the state. So I think with that assurance from the provost and president, it's easy to support this.
Yep.
Yeah, well said. Mark, do you have a comment?
No, I just entirely agree with what Barb said and what you just said, Christine. I think that that's right on target. We have to be serious with what we're doing at the island. And I think that the option of thinking about graduate-oriented courses is more appropriate in this subject area. And as we discussed earlier, with the new incoming dean of the College of Business, there's opportunities there to explore as well.
And I may or may not have already talked to Sean about it.
Okay.
Good. Neil, did you have anything you want to add?
No, I think it's a terrific discussion. I really do agree with the demand levels at the graduate, being primarily on the graduate side of this enrollment sort of forum. And I think that if it's without speaking for Mark or Barbara, we could probably assume that the role the URI wants to play in nonprofit leadership and management will be a part perhaps of the strategic plan marketing or mapping process that they're underway, that it will at least be given serious attention. Is that okay, Mark, Barbara?
Yeah, it is. I mean, I'm thinking about lots of things that I don't really want to get into. We support the nonprofit community in a big way at the University of Rhode Island. I remind that our whether it's our students, our faculty, our staff, in so many different ways, support our communities and give back in many meaningful ways. So I don't want to start listing it. It's not that we are, we of course are a nonprofit ourselves, but we have to move on at some point.
Okay.
Thank
Well, I think, thanks for the discussion. I'm going to reread the motion. That the Board of Trustees approve the following program closures as recommended and presented in closure 4A5. The closure of the URI BS in nonprofit administration and the closure of the URI BS in professional leadership studies. Is there any further discussion on this before I ask for a motion? Okay, hearing none, can I have a motion to that effect?
Karina Edmonds, so motioned.
Christine Heenan, second.
Okay. Any further discussion? If not, I'll ask all those in favor, please say yes.
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 All opposed, please say no.
No.
Any abstentions?
Abstain.
Abstain, okay. I will ask those now who either opposed or abstained just to identify themselves for the minutes.
Courtney
Abstain. Sorry.
opposed, Jay Placencia abstained, and Vahid abstained, correct?
Yes. Yep.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Motion carries with those notations. And then we now have a motion to create a new program. The motion is that the Board of Trustees approve the creation of the following academic program as presented in enclosure 4A6. It's a creation of the PhD in Education graduate degree program. I'll ask once again the provost to provide some background.
Sure, great, thank you. So URI and Rhode Island College had a joint program, but have decided to dissolve that program and focus for URI on a program that is offered through URI in line with our mission as a flagship research institution. Thus, this program, a PhD in Education, will now be a research-focused PhD, enabling us to meet that strategic vision to become a leading global research university that drives public, positive, social, economic, and environmental change. And we want to contribute to this by instilling new knowledge, which is central to the PhD degree, and particularly to address the world's greatest challenges, which we all know include the pre-K through 20 educational system. So we're very excited to launch this.
Thank you, Barbara. Some discussion on this new program.
Just that given the instructor shortages and teacher shortages in the state, love the fact that we're moving in this direction. K through 12, I think it's important to share that we believe that the University of Rhode Island plays a critical role in K through 12 education here in the state of Rhode Island. And the more we can continue to offer up high quality educators, the better.
Thank you, Courtney. Any other discussion? Okay, hearing none. Is there a motion to create the PhD in Education?
So moved, Jay Placencia.
Karina
Second.
Edmonds, second.
Any discussion on the motion? If not, I'll ask for a voice vote. All in favor, please say yes.
Yes.
All opposed, please say no. Thanks. The motion carries unanimously, and that is the end of my report.
Okay, thank you, Neil. Let's move to Finance and Facilities. Chair Onjazaneri, please take it away.
Thank you, Marco. We had a meeting on April 17th, attended by all members of the committee, discussed a number of items, and we have 2 action items coming forward to in a minute. A couple of discussion items that were relative to capital improvement plan and action items. At this time, I'm gonna ask, probably for the last time, Abby Ryder to give us an update on those discussion items, as well as Ryan Corlo related to capital improvement. And Abby, if you could also touch on the 2 action items, and then we'll take the votes.
you. For the first item is the discussion item on the capital improvement plan. I'd like to invite Ryan Carrillo to come up. You know that every year we're always involved in 2 simultaneous budget cycles. And this presentation is the beginning of the FY25 budget cycle. Okay, so the first part of the budget that is prepared is the capital improvement plan. We're showing it to you today for discussion purposes. It will then come back to the board of the new FY25 budget cycle in July. And so today's is your opportunity to get a notion of what we have on the capital improvement plan, provide us with any commentary that you would like to share with us. And then Ryan will be bringing it back with Abby Benson for approval in June. Ryan?
Thank you, Abby. Ryan Carrillo, Director of Planning and Real Estate Development. Let me just get this on the WebEx.
You have to click on the.
Okay, thank you. So today what we have is we have the initial phase of the development of the fiscal year 25 to 29 capital improvement plan. I'll just note as a matter of clarification is that right now, as we've discussed, or as we discuss matters that are before the legislature is looking at the 24 to 28 plan. So there will be some differentiation between what is currently before the legislature and what we are discussing, which would be next year's submission. Oh. Yeah. Okay. Any questions? No. So what we have here is we have the projects that are currently in progress that will be included on the capital plan. The columns here show what the budget was is proposed this year, what the budget was that is currently before the legislature now, the fiscal 24 to 28 plan, the delta, and then the primary source of that funding. I'm just going to highlight the ones that have changed, and so. Maybe make it a little bit more readable. Highlight the ones that have changed and ask if there's any questions, and then we can go on to the projects that are proposed in the future. So we do have dining improvements. The dining improvements plan that is currently before the legislature includes 2 components. One is the renovations at Hope Commons Dining Hall, and the other component is the renovation of kind of back of house space in the dining distribution center, the warehouse. Understanding that the need is primarily to focus now on the direct needs of our students, we're focusing the effort solely on the Hope Commons, which is the interface that we have with our students in dining. We've reduced the budget slightly by 1.4 to be 3.6 million, but all of that now will be focused on delivery of program improvements that directly affect the daily lives of our students. The Fine Arts Center. So the Fine Arts Center Phase 1B project, which is the phase of the project that delivers new program space for the programs there. We are looking to remove the second phase of the work, which was interior renovations at the theater and the concert hall, which was anticipated to be privately funded. We have not found private donors that are interested in the support of this, so we are scaling back. We're going to be doing improvements to the rest of the building with the bond and with the RICAP that has already been appropriated at a $73.3 million level. We are close to being able to bid that project now. NBC Phase 2 renewal. So last year we asked for $157.5 million to deliver that program. We've been appropriated, and we thank the voters for their support of $100 million in GEO bonds, as well as an appropriation from the legislature of $25 million in RICAP. Together with an additional $4 million in private support, we are now going forward with a $129 million project that will, again, focus on delivery of program that directly affects our students and researchers, with the replacement of the Ocean Frontiers building for the replacement of Horn for the GSO, the Graduate School of Oceanography, and the replacement of the Ocean Engineering Complex. Any questions on the ongoing projects? Okay. Moving on to the upcoming projects. The Athletics Complex Renewal Project, which is one that we are seeking RICAP support for from the state, is currently, in the current plan, we have support for the Mead and for the Slade track, but not the other components. with the assumption that the current plan goes forward as was recommended by the governor, sorry. The other projects would be pushed forward by 1 year. We're currently escalating this project at a 5% rate. So that escalation and moving those forward by 1 year results in an increase at $2.1 million that we'll be seeking support for in the 25 to 29 plan. The life science building, priority 28, is our next GeoBond request. It's for a 50,000 square foot building on the north side of the Dooley Science Quad. This project was previously budgeted at 77.6. That was a pre-COVID impact budget. Reevaluating this for what it would take in the current economic times to deliver the same scope that's necessary to support the life sciences. We're increasing that ask by $10.8 million for a total of $88.4 million. Ooh. Any questions on those upcoming projects? Okay, we bring this down a little. So we give a forecast on what the strategy is currently for the GeoBonds. So the first two, the 24 and 26, that would be the calendar year when we would have the vote, are anticipated to be the life sciences building that we just talked about. The ask would be $87.45 million in November of 24. This is the CIP that the legislature will look to set that level for the referendum. And then our CIP will also reflect our next ask, which would be the historic quad renovation to look at some of our buildings that are 100+ years old, Edwards East, Washburn, and then Morrill for dry labs. That would be a $96.3 million. The third project will not show on this year's CIP, but just a forecast for the board, it would be on next year's. It's the phase 2 of the historic quad. So it would be $122 million for Roosevelt, Quinn, and Davis Halls. Just to note, last year, when you saw that project on the forecast, it was only escalated at a 4% rate. We've normalized that now for our projects to 5% given the economic situation, and that's where there's a slight change there in increase in cost. Any questions on the GeoBond strategy? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. Any other questions at all on this report?
Is that good?
Good, Adam.
Okay, that's a discussion item. Shall I proceed with the action items, Vahid?
Please do, yeah.
Okay. We have two action items today. The first is approval of a steam plant services agreement contract between Noresco LLC and the University of Rhode Island. Just as background, Noresco has been running our steam plant under contract for us for about 20 years. And the state requires, I think quite appropriately, that periodically we rebid that contract in order to make sure that we're getting the best pricing and the best possible arrangement. So it was recently recompeted. Noresco again was the winner of the contract in terms of pricing and the services offered. It was approved and signed by the president, by me and the president, under the old signature authority rules. As you'll remember, in the last meeting, you adopted new signature authority rules for contracts, and therefore this contract under the new policy would have fallen under the board's approval. So basically what we're doing is we're bringing this contract to you now to ask you to approve it. And I do want you to know that it's not a foregone conclusion. Should you decide for some reason that we should not renew this contract, we have made arrangements with Noresco to sort of phase out over a period of about 3 months their services while we look for someone else to do it. I will say that having Noresco run our steam plant, which is old and complicated, actually has been extremely advantageous. It would take a lot of labor and a lot of skilled labor for us to run it. And since Noresco does this for many companies and institutions, they have a lot of expertise and they have a lot of in-house talent to do it.
So during the committee, one question that was asked from Abby was what percentage of our buildings are still using this steam, and it was a pretty high number, Abby, correct?
Yes, Carl, do you want to say approximately what percent are on steam?
85%.
85%. So, yeah.
So with that, I'm hoping nobody on the board is against steam, so we'll have just a unanimous vote here on one, right? No. So with that, may I have a motion that the URI Board of Trustees approve the university entering into a certain STEAM plant services agreement between the University of Rhode Island and Noresco LLC, dated effective April 1, 2023, as presented. The President and the Vice President for Administration and Finance each be authorized to execute and deliver the contract on behalf of the University of Rhode Island as recommended and presented in enclosure 4.
This is on, and I move the motion.
Second, Sue Petrovas.
There being no discussion, may I ask for a voice vote? All in favor, please say yes.
Yes.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. Item number 2, Abby, please.
Okay, number 2, for those of you familiar with the campus, there is a building that we call 3045 Kingstown Road that was formerly occupied at one time. It was actually built by the International Institute of Athletic Hall of Fame. There is a small building behind that building that we will refer to as the annex, which was built as a very small residential facility. It was never finished. It's a shell. And as you know, you'll remember that you recently approved the demolition of the Fernwood building, which is just to the west of 3045 Kingstown Road. And this request here is for approval to demolish the annex behind 3045 Kingstown Road, as it is an attractive nuisance. That is to say, it's an open shell. We had to board up parts of it to make sure that people couldn't open the second door and step out into space. And the appearance of the campus will be greatly improved by taking it down. So that's the request.
Any questions from the board? There be no questions. May I have the motion that the URI Board of Trustees approve the request to demolish the building located behind 3045 Kingstown Road, identified by the town of South Kingstown, this office as Building 25, Plat 23-1, Lot 1 at the University of Rhode Island's Kingston campus, amended and presented in enclosure 4B4.
So moved, Neil Kerwin.
Second.
There being no, may I have a voice vote? All in favor, please say yes.
Yes.
Opposed? Abstentions? The motion passes unanimously. Madam President, this is a end of our report, but at the end, if I may, I just want to thank Abby. Also, haven't been since we've been on the board. I've been on the finance and committee with Mike and now with Armand, and she's been an amazing resource to us, walking us through, teaching us everything that's going on at this university, and should be greatly missed.
You're here.
Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure. No pressure, Abby.
Okay, let's move on to the Governance Committee, and I think the report is coming from Vice Chair Placencia.
Very good. So on April 6th, I had the honor of running our Governance Committee meeting. It was attended by various members of the President's Leadership Council, as well as some staff members. There are a few items, we didn't have any action items to report to you today, but we do have lots of exciting news to share. The first item that we covered was the URI Board of Trustees reappointments. On March 28th, the Senate Committee on Education met to consider for advice and consent a few reappointments by Governor McKee, and I'll just read those names and the dates of the terms expirations. So the first on the docket was the famous Arvin Sabatoni, whose new term expires February 1st, 2026. And you had to be there. It was a big show. Armin brought in a few people to support him. It was really great to watch. Also, you're stuck with me for another year. Jay Placencia, February 1st, 2025. We also reappointed Matt Lenz, whose term will expire February 1st, 2025. Also reappointed Charlie Fogarty, whose term will expire February 1st, 2024. And we get to keep Margot until February 1st, 2026. So yes, you can clap. Very good. Thank you. All right, so the next item that we discussed was the process of the student trustee appointment. And with that, of course, we've thanked Hannah for her service to the board, but would love to have either Ellen or Mark just share with us very briefly the process of the appointment of the new student Senate Representative Reva Goyal.
Thank you. So with the Vice President for Student Affairs, Ellen Reynolds, we worked with the Student Senate. We invited applications to serve as student member. We had some 17 applications where students applied and filled in reasons. There was some set questions about why they would be interested. There was a committee that actually had the tough task of selecting 3, and then I then interviewed 3 of the finalists, and we were very delighted to accept Riva and to recommend her as the student member to the Board of Trustees. A little bit of background about Riva. She comes from Michigan. Is she here?
She's not. She's going to join us about noon, I believe.
Okay.
Yeah.
Her studies, she's both business and in the PharmD program. She's extremely active in student government and leadership. She's an RA for the university. And every student, of course, brings different areas of interest, and her interest is, of course, in food security for our student body. So that's a theme that she assured me we will be hearing a lot from. I think she will do a great job representing the entire student body from across the campus.
Very good.
Ellen, I don't know if there's anything.
Can I add to that, Mark? I think you covered that well.
Oh.
Yes, she's a sophomore. She's absolutely terrific, highly engaged young lady, and will be a great addition to the board.
Very good. Look forward to seeing her, meeting her. Thank you very much for that report. We also discussed finalizing the agenda for the annual board retreat, which I hope that you all have on your calendar for June 29th. Again, I'll repeat, that's June 29th. Wanted to thank the board and, the staff and Abby Benson for helping us put together the agenda. Abby, do you have any comments around the retreat for the 29th?
Yeah, with the launch of our new strategic plan, we thought it would be useful to have a discussion of kind of larger trends in higher education and research. And for that, we've invited Michael Ledford, who's the president of Lewis Burke Associates, which is our federal consultancy that we recently engaged to help us connect more with Congress and also with federal agencies. He has 2 decades of experience in public policy. He's shepherded huge science grants and projects through the whole appropriations process. So he's going to come and give a high-level view from Washington, and then we'll have the provost have a panel discussion with 3 of our deans, our Dean of Business, Dean of Engineering, and Dean of Arts and Sciences, to talk about how they're looking at those trends and looking at the URI strategic plan and what efforts they're taking in their colleges. We heard some great things from Dean Riley last night, but get a discussion about how our deans are moving their initiatives forward to meet the objectives of our strategic plan. So.
Very good.
Look
And there's
forward to
still time for us to hear from the board members, anyone who's looking to, add anything to the agenda for the day, but we're pretty much there. Is that right?
We'll
Right.
also be including a board self-appraisal
Yep.
process as we typically do. And I had a couple other things, Courtney, I
Yeah.
emailed to you that we should talk about. But I think I think what's important that day is we kind of take off our more formal hats and it becomes a more open dialogue and a time to reassess how the board is going, what could we do differently.
Yep.
So in addition to really good strategic topics, I think we need to have time to do that.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And that was actually part of the discussion as well that day, where we will be sending out the self-assessment form to the board. And then following today's meeting, and of course, we'll review those results during the retreat in June. Thank you very much, Abby. Next up, we discussed the Board of Trustees Orientation Manual. As many of you know, this took a lot of work from the staff and the Governance Committee to put together. What we've done is we've updated it, added additional items to the orientation manual. This will also be helpful to the new incoming Board of Trustees members. And the new items that we've added, they will be in board effect, so we'll make sure that you get a chance to see that. And then lastly, we discussed, we shared the governance committee charter and the governance committee calendar. We made a few changes to the governance committee charter, nothing really major, just some minor stuff, including liaison assignments. And that was our report. Any comments from the rest of the members who were in attendance or? All right, so hearing no additional comments, that was what we covered.
How many reeled off all those names? How many does that put on the board? How many officially are on the board now? And third, do you know what's happening with the rest of us?
Haven't gotten an update on timing. I think lots with the unfortunately with the loss of Senator Mary Ellen Goodwin, all of the dates for the Senate meetings this week had gotten pushed a week. And so I think everyone's trying to figure out timing as a whole, but I don't think we've heard an update, have we? No.
So,
But we heard, we haven't even got reached out for Fionn and the schedule. I mean, they already got one Italian. Maybe that's enough for the board. I think we got a diversity quota.
Well, even with that, Mike, the group that had gotten confirmed already knew about it just a few days before actual confirmation. So if that continues the same way, then we won't
So
hear it
there's
till
a notice that you actually get.
a phone call.
It has to be served on the board, then you gotta go up and.
A phone call, correct, yeah. And then there's a couple of steps.
Who's making that phone call?
so let me give some context.
This
So,
process is terrible.
yeah, I couldn't agree more.
Never saw a board function.
Yeah. So this sits with the governor and Tony Alfonso is the chief of staff who is working through this process. We had a discussion about 3 or 4 weeks ago that they would be reaching out to each board member to affirm or not, those that would be affirmed or reappointed. That didn't really take place. And as Courtney said, literally like 2 days before those 4 or 5 board members were notified that they were going to be asked to be reappointed, by which you have to come in person in front of the Senate to be reaffirmed. Subsequent to that, I've had a conversation with the chief of staff, and we have no further clarity on reappointments. There have been 2 people named that that will be being put in front of the Senate. That hasn't happened yet. And then I know Christine and Sue have been super patient and gracious. I know that they have other obligations and other boards that they want to serve. And I've told the governor multiple times that we're trying to accommodate that. So we'll, I suppose, hear when they're ready to reach out to either board members or to reach out to me. So I haven't heard.
So Margaret, so that you know, I was also called on, I think it was a Thursday afternoon or Friday to see if I could be on Tuesday. Couldn't, no. So
right.
It was implied to me they were going to put it forward anyways, but I don't think it obviously didn't happen. So everybody knows. I don't know if anybody else got the call. But.
Yeah, I think to Armin's point, it's not just the University of Rhode Island board that there has been I think there's been a process around Rhode Island in terms of how people are getting put on boards. And so it's not just us, it's just the process has been difficult.
Mm-hmm. So Margot, let me just clarify, would we be expected to be physically present at the Senate?
Yes.
Well, it would be
and
nice
I understand
to know,
the difficulty for Karina and Robbie and Neil and others. So I understand that. We've conveyed that. So we'll see how it plays out.
Okay, thank you.
Mark.
The Carlos is online, but I could, Carlos did speak with the chief of staff and of the governor, and he said that it would be at least a few more weeks before there were even the phone calls being made to talk. So That's what we know about the timing.
We have you for a few more
There
weeks.
is each year we provide the board update, all the activities that the Board of Trustees have taken part in. We present this to the governor and his team. This is usually what sparks conversation around renewals, reappointments, et cetera. So everyone has a copy of that, but wanted to make sure you knew you had it. Correct. So same. So we worked through Michelle and the team with Matt as well. We took a nod based on what we've done in the past, since it seemed like it was well received, as well as conversations that we've had with individual board members around their interest in continuing on or not.
So Jay, you mentioned that you amended the charter. Will you be proposing that to the board? Oh, okay. Okay, great.
Yep, thank you. All right, well, hearing no additional comments or discussion, that was my report.
Okay, thank you. Well done. I know you're coming back for more. We have Institutional Risk and Compliance Committee Chair Edmonds.
Thank you, Margot. Our committee met on March 18th, just this past Tuesday. And we had no action items, but we did have a number of items for discussion. So for that, as everyone else, the research grant accounting compliance review, and I believe Abby Ryder will give us an update on that.
Yes, we just brought some discussion items to the committee. One of the things that we presented was the progress that we've made under the new board regulations, because we had set up a practice of coming back to you after we had been working under them for some time in order to report on any unintended consequences or other observations that we made. We're happy to report that they apparently have really worked quite well. Tracy Angel, our Director of Purchasing, provided some numbers in terms of transactions that would otherwise have had to go through a formal bid process, that we were able to liberate from that. And it's, I think, on the order, I don't want to quote the numbers exactly because I don't have them in front of me, but approximately 2,800 purchases that did not have to go through a competitive bid process. And the other thing she just mentioned in passing, a really important thing strategically, is that we've now started the implementation of an e-procurement system. That's an automated system that goes from purchase all the way through to payment, and is critical to the university to eliminate a really cumbersome, it's not paper, it's electronic paper, but it's still paper. Emailing back and forth, a lot of documents that have to be attached. The emails get lost. You have no visibility into where anything is in the process of purchasing. You can't track it. And this new system that we're implementing is going to provide automated workflow, a lot of templated documents, and will enable us to generate really strategically important data about what we're buying and what we're paying for what we're buying. Right now, for example, we couldn't tell you if we have 6 different or 60 different subscriptions for a particular periodical, we couldn't tell you that. And so all of this is really important to being able to streamline the purchasing process and provide some customer service to people who are trying to get their jobs done and they need to buy things that they need to buy in order to do it. So we're very excited about that. We think that the system will be operative by the end of June of next year. So it'll take about 12 months to implement. And it involves not only purchasing, but of course the controller's office, because it's integrated with the financials, and should really provide a lot of relief. We remain subject to the state purchasing rules when we're using state funds, but by automating the process, we're making it unnecessary for the customer to be an expert in state procurement regulations, because the workflow will make sure that they observe the regulations that they need to observe. Then we also talked about the development of a risk register for the university. And that is a process whereby you track major institutional risks for the university. And then you basically assign values to them in terms of how serious it would be if they happened, that's severity, and how likely it is that they would happen. And obviously, the most severe, most likely risks are the ones that you want to exert the most effort and put the most resources against in terms of coming up with treatments. And on the other hand, if you have something that's high likelihood but lower risk, it may not get as far up on the scale in terms of urgency as others. And that process was initiated about 18 months ago and is ongoing. And this will be a tool for the leadership of the university to determine what resources should be allocated against risk. So you'll remember last year we allocated funds specifically for cybersecurity because it was a likely risk and it was a severe risk. And I'm happy to report on that score that we have gotten congratulations from our cybersecurity insurance company in terms of the effort that we made. And they renewed our insurance and we got a reduction in premium. So that was all well done. And then let's see, I think those are the major topics that we talked about in risk. Karina, is there anything else we should mention?
No, that's all. I'd just like to share with the rest of the board that we did review our committee charter. We made a slight change in terms of our internal review process, which is done by the state, not by the university. And then that we did update and review the committee calendar just to, align certain activities with the academic calendar of the university. So thank you. That's concludes my report.
Terrific. Thanks, Karina. Okay, last but not least, we are back to Vice Chair Placencia, who is going to report on the Student Life and Athletic Committee.
Good. So on April 6th, once again, we had the Student Life and Athletics Committee meeting. It was attended by obviously members and members of the Leadership Council and also staff members. We, as all the other committees did, we also reviewed our committee charter, made just some slight changes to it. And these changes will be coming to the June meeting for consideration, in addition to the SLA committee calendar, and made some changes to that as well, just to make sure that we're on pace with everything we were supposed to have accomplished by now. We had two really cool discussion items that day, and I would love to have, well, Ellen's already at the podium, so if you don't mind just sharing a few of the points that we covered. So we talked about housing and residential life, the master plan and capital improvement plan update, spoke about dining services capital improvement update, and of course, URI Greek life update. So if you can share your thoughts as to what we discussed that day, that would be great.
Thank you very much, Jay. I'd be happy to. So again, not to revisit what Ryan has already gone through as far as the capital improvement plan, some of the areas that were germane to student affairs and student life was the dining facility renovation. It's Hope Commons Dining Hall. 2008 was when it came online, and it's time for a refresh. So it's really concentrating on the interior aspect. It's also, as we begin to add additional beds to campus, is making sure that we have adequate seating. And so we're really focusing on enhancing that for our students and looking at the opportunities that we can do in that facility. So that's moving forward. I think the other everybody is aware of, which is housing and residential life and the new undergraduate housing that we're hoping to advance, which would be, what's being termed right now Brookside 2, and add 500 additional beds to campus, which is very much needed. We are currently looking at for the fall term, still using triples, and that will be the case again next year. And we're trying to minimize that the best we can, but right now, without the number of undergraduate housing beds on campus, that's the strategy that we're still using at this point in time. Just a couple of other updates in that we're hoping to advance a fire and safety and protection improvement in our Roger Williams complex, where we'll be adding hopefully generators to those facilities to allow us to shelter in place. As you know, you only lose power during blizzards and inclement weather and times when you really don't want to have people leave their space. And so we're hoping to be able to move forward that project as well. And another one that is hopefully going to move forward is the Fraternity Circle Phase 2 project. If you haven't been through Fraternity Circle, it has been hugely improved by the Phase 1 project. Phase 2 will include lighting, trees, recreation space, and continuing to improve that community for our Greek life residential students. And I think Jay mentioned, and I want to just accentuate the fact that we are advancing on the housing and residential life master study. And what that will hopefully deliver to us by late summer is a 15-year plan around our needs for housing. I think that's critically important for us to study that, understand that, and then we can make our strategic investments thereafter to ensure that we're meeting the needs today, but also going forward for our residential students. And that's being done by Scion and Canon Design. And then I went in to give a highlight on our Greek life community, which is really important to our community. It has a 100-year history here at the university. For those who don't know, it's based on the values of fellowship, scholarship, leadership, and community. It is led by Dr. Steve Simo and Allison Burke, who do an outstanding job reporting up through our Dean of Students office to Dr. Dan Graney. And the highlight really revolves around the fact that that community continues to grow. We've seen since 2015 significant growth, about 40% growth, and currently represents about 25% of our undergraduate student population. So they have, at this point in time, spring 2023, we're at 3,500 students who are Greek life members. And that's really important to our student success metrics, to our strategic plan, and that sense of belonging. And so we continue, as I said, to see growth in that area. And we're working to manage that growth in a way that is healthy for our community and that we can support. As far as scholarship, we talked about the Greek Life academic report card a little bit. And on average, just so you know, all Greeks, GPA were about a 3.14. For our sororities, that's about a 3.29 on average. And for fraternities, a 2.91. We are very lucky in the scholarship area where we have alums who have helped us with their generous support and endowment for scholarship. So we have many students in our Greek community who have recognized scholarships, thousands of dollars. We were together on Wednesday evening awarding many of those, and it's just terrific that we are able to do that and help our Greek students with the cost of attendance while they're here. I will also say that our Greek students are represented in every college, certainly in University College where they stay for year 1 and 2, but then also when they move into their permanent college, most popular being, their top 3, I should say, being arts and sciences, business, and health sciences. The other thing I wanted to talk about was our Greek students also receive academic credit for some of the coursework that is surrounding their Greek life. And so we have several courses that they take really working on rising leaders and making sure that they understand facilitation, leadership, risk management, and what it means to be a member of the Greek community. And we also work on things like personal and organizational leadership, management courses for executives, and we certainly work on risk and harm mitigation strategies. We have great partners across campus, including the Dean of Students Office, URI Police, our alcohol and other drugs and violence prevention and advocacy offices that help us do that. I'd be remiss if I didn't mention that our Greek life often receives awards, particularly in the Northeast. They have been award winners every year on civic engagement, public relations, academic achievement, student leadership, and distinction. So they do a great deal of work around there. And I think we talked about this earlier, but the work that they do in philanthropic and fundraising and the impact it has on the community, particularly for many of our not-for-profits. When I look back at the last 5 years, they're nearing $10 million in the amount of fundraising and their give back to the community. And that is substantial and speaks to the work that this community does. We also, as I mentioned, when I talked about phase 2 in our fraternity circle area, we have several fraternities and sororities on campus. We have 11 sororities and 6 fraternities currently housed on campus. And that's approximately about 600 students, give or take, on campus. And then I think what I would need to say is that with the support of President Parlange, we were able this year to implement a small Greek fee, which hopefully will allow us to enhance our support of the Greek community. When you grow like that, you need to be ensured that you have enough support. And we know that we need additional help in staffing in that area. So our goal is with that fee to be able to hire somebody who can work with us on risk management and educational and leadership opportunities to continue to grow and develop and make sure that we have, the health and safety of our students are the number one priority for us. Briefly. And then
the numbers that these, students are fundraising. I mean, $10 million, that's a major number. Lil, take note. That's a big number.
Sure.
You mentioned that Greek life is important to academic success and student mental health, but did I hear you say 2.91 is the male GPA? Surely we're not satisfied with a 2.91 GPA.
That's good.
Is that better than the average for male students?
I would have to look
campus-wide?
to John. Actually, I might have that statistic to say what our on average is.
But do you think it's above our average? Could it be above our average?
Let me just check really quick. I believe it was on my slide when I did my presentation, and I'll just try to blow it up here. The data that we had at that time was all fraternity members, it was 2.91, all sorority 3.29,
Right.
all Greek 3.14. And when we compare that to others for, let's see, all male was 3.05. So it is under where,
Okay.
yes.
Yeah.
Great
So
question, Christine.
work to do
Yes,
there.
We
can
do have
agree.
work to do
Yeah,
there.
okay.
Absolutely.
Very good.
Sorry, what's the the GPA.
The average male GPA Greek.
And the one in the three, basically.
Yeah, they
3.29. Yeah.
Work to do there.
Yeah.
Correct. And they
So-
work, again, that is what they're working on. They do a lot of work around trying to make sure that there is academic enhancement in the work, in the work that they're doing in scholarship.
Thank you for the question and the comment. We also are considering having students attend our SLA meetings over the next few months. It'll be just nice to see the students share
June,
there in
yes.
June.
Look
Yeah,
out for
that would be really nice. Thank you very much, Alan. Appreciate it. Yes.
Prior meetings about metrics around these, people happy, not happy. How's the food? Is it bad, good? Are we doing that?
June. So that will be coming in the June meeting. We'll do a full route
I can't wait. to see
recap of all of the different areas and what the satisfaction is, along with the things that we talked about today, the GPA, the other things, the metrics as far as how they're doing.
Very good. Thank you very much. And last but not least, Thor will come up to the podium as well and speak to us about NIL in college athletics and in URI. We did want to have a video up to share with you what the facilities look like for, well, some of the facilities anyway, but hopefully many of you will come with us after the board meeting's over to do a site visit to see what our facilities look like. So with that, Thor,
Great,
you have the
thanks.
floor.
Thank you, Jay. Thanks, everybody. Everybody should have a copy of this report. And for those of you that can't go on the tour after this, and certainly the folks that are on the screen, I would certainly encourage you to take a few minutes and just take a look at that video and get a sense of what some of our facilities are looking like these days. Just going to report out real quick. The Soloviev basketball practice facility is coming along great. It's right on budget. It's on target. We should be in it sometime in August. It's spectacular. And so you can take a look at the video there. And I was hoping to include that in the tour today. They're doing some major construction in there today, so it's going to be hard for us to get in. But if anybody's around and you ever want to come through that, I'd love to make the connection with the contractor to have a tour of it. It looks incredible, and it's going to be a huge difference maker for us. The other areas of focus, certainly because with President Parlange's support, we did make a $82.3 million RICAP ask to the state. Those areas that includes would be Meade Stadium, the East Stands, Slade Track, baseball field, softball field, soccer complex, and then repairs to the Tutel pool. That's what we're going to spend some time on in a very quick tour today to give you a sense of what our facilities look like. And I would, if you can do it, I would encourage you to take that trip with us. A lot of those are in desperate need of just general enhancements for a Division I program. The other area of focus that we talked about is name, image, and likeness. Everybody's heard me talk about that, and I'm sure you've been reading a lot about that. We are making some great progress there. It's something that we are truly embracing. It's not something that we're shying away from. I heard Coach Miller talk about it the other day, just saying, If we don't do this, we become irrelevant, and we can't become irrelevant. We have to make sure that we're providing our student athletes with the resources necessary to take full advantage of NIL. I think we're doing a good job of that. We have a partnership with a company called Open Doors. That's through our multimedia rights partnership. So our student athletes will actually have a platform to go out and really promote their name, image, and likeness. The Open Doors folks also help build contacts and connections with local community, which is great. And then they handle a lot of the contracts and tax paperwork, which is always a concern of ours. A proud collaboration that we have within the university is the URI Launch Lab is working already with a lot of our students in terms of giving them the opportunity to go out and do podcasts, do video shoots, et cetera, provide some great resource and mentorship. I'll tell you, it's one of those things that makes working at URI so special because of the cross-divisional collaboration. And it's just the beginning. We brought our Student Athlete Advisory Committee up there to have a meeting, and the students are spending a lot of time, which is really cool. And then lastly, we do have our Road to Excellence Collective. That's something that is, again, going very well. That's going to be critically important. We're doing some research as best we can. You'll be shocked to know that people across this country don't want to share all their information regarding name, image, and likeness. But we're doing some pretty good, behind the scenes questioning. But it's real, and especially as it relates to basketball at the University of Rhode Island, that's the biggest area of focus that we need to be thinking about as we look at our competitors and what they're doing with NIL and the dollars associated with it. So very grateful for what the collective is doing. We're actually, they're going to be hosting a golf tournament in a couple weeks up at Wannamoysit. It's going to be a significant fundraiser for that group. So with that, we're plugging away. I assure you that, again, it's critically important. It's probably what Garrett Waller and I are spending a majority of our time on now to make sure that we really have that in place and that we don't want to become irrelevant, and we can't be. It's too important. And then we also talked during our presentation about some of our community activities, what our student athletes are doing out there. You'd be very proud of them. I know I am. And they're doing a lot of different things and really trying to put themselves out in all across the state, especially in areas of need with our Rotary Reads program, et cetera. And the student athletes have great pride in that too. They're always coming back sharing photos of the things that they're doing. So with that, all that information is part of the materials that we shared with the subcommittee. If anybody has any questions, I'm happy to answer any.
Any questions for Thor?
Can you give us an idea of like the amount on NAL for, obviously the SEC is different, Florida is different than us, but what do you think, just so the board has an
I think
education?
that's a great question, Mike, and yeah, so it varies, you're right. So when you look at some of the Power 5 programs, and I'll speak only about basketball, and really primarily men's basketball, those are the numbers that you're hearing more of. There are players getting in the 150 to 200,000 range. In the Atlantic 10, it's probably more in the $50,000 to $75,000 range. There is a quid pro quo requirement associated with that. We can't be involved as a university other than providing education, and we can provide information to people that will support the various NIL initiatives. That's all allowed. We're being very careful to make sure we follow every rule, and the rules are changing constantly. We're also going to be working closely. I really believe this is going to be a necessity. The new president of the NCAA is going to be spending a lot of time in Washington looking to see if there's some way to build some level of a national policy around NIL. We'll see how that goes. But I think in the short term, until that's in place, we have to be careful to make sure that the other rules that are out there in other states are not putting us at an unfair advantage. So we're doing some work there and really trying to review some of the current laws that are just coming out. Texas just has a new law that came out. Oklahoma has a new law that comes out. So we really have to be looking out for that. But to answer your question, Mike, in the A10 and some of the Big East, it's going to range from 65,000 to 70,000. Big East is going to be 100 to 150 to even more. So it's real money. It's real money.
With David's departure, Tom and David have been leading the effort with you. Who else?
Dave's still chairing and Tom is still chairing that. We're still trying to determine if there's any changes related to Board of Trustees members being part of any sort of collective. So we're looking to the NCAA to provide what's called an official interpretation of those things. So we'll keep everybody communicated along those lines. It is really changing constantly. But what we're going to do, and again, I know it's not just words. I mean, we're going to do everything we can to make sure we are following the rules and erring on the side of caution, while at the same time not limiting our student athletes from taking advantage of this opportunity.
It's a very complicated yet very exciting issue, for sure.
It is,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Any questions for Thor? Oh,
I-
Neil?
It's Neil. Yeah, I had one. Thor, those figures that you just quoted to Mike, are those average NIL payments, or, and if that's the case, is there a range you're working with when you're, trying to recruit a new class?
That's a great question, Neil. And again, it's, those are probably, those are averages, I would say, based on position. Our coaches are not allowed to promise any NIL opportunity to a recruit. All the coach can say is, here's what current student athletes are receiving. The recruit can speak to a current player, but a coach cannot promise any NIL opportunity to a recruit who's coming or thinking about coming to the University of Rhode Island. That is an absolute violation. So then it's a matter of trying to get, and none of this is public. There's no information that's out there that's public. So we just try to gather it through communication with relationships that we have. Not everybody's being forthright in terms of the information they're willing to share. And it's becoming a different world in terms of recruiting, but I give Coach Miller and Coach Reese a lot of credit. They are not wavering from following the rules and making sure that we're not putting ourselves and our program at risk as a result of that. But I think those numbers, I think, in talking to other ADs around our league, seem to be what others are focusing on.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, and it is league by league, as Mike said, definitely is different.
Or I just actually had a real question real quick. So Jeff Johnson is our DEI director in athletics. He does an amazing job, and he's went around and he talked to all of the teams about name, image, and likeness, and then give presentations. And I know the women's basketball team has a very high international percentage. My team, we only have one girl from Canada, and with Open Doors, Jeff specifically said that international students cannot make any deals with American companies, and Open Doors only deals with American companies. So I'm just curious, what have you talked to Jeff about it? Like, what's going forward with the international students and what they're able to do with companies of their home country, and how we're able to provide for them, even though we can't provide anything for them, but helping them find the resources to get the NIL experience, even though they are international students playing in the United States.
Great question, Hannah, and she's exactly right. The way student visas work, they are not able to receive any NIL opportunities. International students aren't on campus. However, there are NIL opportunities in their home countries or in other countries that they may be traveling to. For example, we had some of our international men's basketball players that did do some NIL work in the Cayman Islands when they were playing in the tournament last year. That's legal. It's legit. The work that they did had to be done in the Caymans, and they had to be, however they get paid. I don't know the exact details of that, so I would be making up the answer to that question. We try to educate. That's the best we can do, is educate the students on what they can and can't do, and then certainly not put through that education. Hopefully, they're realizing what their visas will allow them to do or not. But what we've been told is any international needs to do work outside of the country, and then be paid outside of the country. Canada's, I'm told, we have some Canadian student athletes. It's actually really hard for our students of non-Canadian that are not Canadian to be able to go do that work in Canada. So there's a lot of complications to it. Education, education, education.
I just wanted to echo on Thor's comments about community outreach and the student athletes, and just share a really quick story that this fall I was at a football game, and the football team hosted the Boys and Girls Club of Newport County. And these kids were so excited to be on campus, to be able to go onto the field, to be able to meet the players. We were up in the president's suite, and they came through there, and we got to talk to them. And they knew every player. They knew the record. They knew what the games that they had played and everything. And it's just, I think it's a wonderful thing to, not only foster that piece, but also, these kids were aspiring. They want to play football. They want to come to URI and play football. They want to come to URI and get a good education. And, the one thing that I think that we all should remember is that we want to provide education for the kids in the state. And if we can inspire that through sports, all the better.
Great. Thank you so much. Very proud moment.
I want to add to that, Susan. I am actually a part of Rhodey Reads, which Thor mentioned, and every like once or twice a month we go to local elementary schools and we read to these kids. And a couple weeks ago we were at Richmond Elementary, just down the road towards 95, and the entire school dressed up in Keene blue or navy blue, and even the teachers and the principal love it so much of the athletes coming by. And I read that school. I read to a lot of kindergartners, so like they don't quite know about like sports, but they're like, oh, like my dad teaches at URI, like my uncle teaches there. So getting just that outreach of going and seeing these kids, because they do look up to us and they think a lot of the athletes, like football players and basketball players, are superstars. But like for me, they're just like my peers, my friends, people I see every day. So having that outreach of kids, but also more. This past month, along with Thor and Jeff Johnson, I organized an event called the Women in Sports Seminar, where we had a panel of all of the women's head coaches, because all of the women's teams head coaches right now are female, and we wanted to celebrate that. And it was an amazing thing. I was very proud of it, and I worked closely with Thor about it. And we hope to continue that and do it every year, and possibly even do it with the male coaches, because it was open to not just student athletes, but the entire URI community, to see different people of leadership and get to know people that you might not know, because I see my coaches every day, but I didn't get to interact with other coaches until that. So there's a lot going on within the athletic department, and so many things are happening, and it's just amazing to see what all different student athletes have ideas for and what's coming through with it. It's amazing.
So as you all can see, the Student Life and Athletics Committee, best committee we have, because it focuses on our students. So thank you very much for that report, Thor. Thank you, Hannah. Thank you, Susan, for the question. And that's my report.
Awesome.
I did a good job, didn't I?
Yes, you did. Twice. That's a great statement though, Hannah. And those are the types of events where students get to see who's in leadership positions. And I've said this before, that it's the most meaningful thing to see someone that looks like you in a leadership position, because that is the thing that will get you to believe you can do it. So that's awesome that you did that. All right. Yeah.
The event, the fundraising event that Thor mentioned in one of Moise is May 15th. So if anyone is available to golf that day, I'll be there. I won't be golfing, but I'll be there. May 15th. Thanks.
Great. Okay, a well-deserved lunch break. So we're going to break. Lunch is on the concourse, which I think is right outside. And we're going to do a working lunch so we can get ourselves back on schedule. So let's grab lunch and come back in. Okay, we're gonna resume so we were supposed to start with the report of the chair. I'm gonna make this very quick because we're significantly behind. I will say just a couple things. One is that, and this was really at Speaker Shikarchi's prompting, was that we had URI Day on March 28th. And I would say it was a resounding success. It was pretty awesome to stand in the State House and see hundreds of people there supporting URI. We had students, student athletes, we had coaches, we had faculty. It was pretty amazing. We had a number of stands set up that showed the accomplishments and the programs of University of Rhode Island, and we had a ton of legislators there. I would do a special call out, Governor McKee, Speaker Shikarchi, and Senate President Ruggiero, and just a number of other supporters. It was really terrific. Secretary of State Greg Amore, House Majority Leader Chris Blazewski, Majority Leader Chris Pearson, Senator Sosnowski. There were just a ton of people there that do lots of work on behalf of University of Rhode Island, and they were very, very supportive. I was in, I told some people this last night. I was in the room when Tammy Reese was speaking with Senate President Ruggiero, and it was a number of the coaches and Thor, and in like 30 seconds, I could tell why she's such a good coach. I was like, put me in the game. Like she's so inspiring. She's just a really good representative of the university. And then just a couple of points. I know I said this before, but I just want to really say a thank you to Professor Bethany Jenkins, who is now interim Vice President for Research, and your service on the board has been terrific. And again, a thank you to Hannah Backert, who you heard is going on to some amazing things in her graduate studies, and we've really appreciated your perspective. So thank you. I also want to point out a couple of board members have had some terrific accomplishments. Our own Jay Placencia has been named PBN Women in Business of the Year in the financial services industry. Coming from that industry myself, I know how hard that is, so that's really great. It's great to see. Yes, exactly. And then our own Armin Sabatoni has retired from the Laborers International Union of North America.
Thank you.
54 years. I don't know how that's possible. You must have started when you were 10 years old. Did you say that it was 10?
54 years.
So, and he was Secretary Treasurer since 2002, a huge amount of service for the unions and for the state. And we're happy to have more time with you here. So congratulations. All right, with that, I'm going to hand it over to the president, and then we're going to get into 3 important discussion items, and then that is the agenda for today. You set up.
Great. So good to see you all today. Thanks for all the discussions, and good to see a number of people that will be joining us later on. I am going to give a little bit of an update, as I always do, about community news. And then I'm going to invite Dean Labudi, who will talk about transfers, and I'll discuss a little bit why that is so important for the university. I will then talk a little bit about the budget, and I will be joined by John Pullman, who will join for that. I would like to be able to introduce you to him. He's our new AVP for finance. We're going to then have a update from John Stringer as part of the strategic plan KPIs, and then a little bit looking ahead. So here we go. So I want to, formally hear a number of colleagues, Abigail Ryder, VP of Finance and Administration, who has just been an incredible and remarkable colleague and friend, and really a big supporter for all of the university community. I've learned so much, and Abby, you've patiently gone through things with me, so thank you. I also want to acknowledge Peter Snyder, who was Vice President of Research and Economic Development for 5 years at the University of Rhode Island. He brought a lot of expertise in different areas, including in the life sciences. And he will be taking a 1-year sabbatical, and he will be teaching then in the neuroscience and doing research, continuing his research in neuroscience, where he's a very distinguished researcher. And I would like to thank Professor Sean Rogers, who actually, how many months, Sean? It's probably 18 months that you have been Vice President for Community Equity and Diversity? About a year. Okay. In 1 year, Sean did so much and contributed so many good things and really brought the community together, and the scope of what entails community equity and diversity is massive. So a big thank you, Sean, for coming in and supporting the university in this role. We have a number of administrative updates, and so officially I'm delighted to introduce Ellen Reynolds, who is right here. Ellen, and is our Vice President for Student Affairs. It's one of those nice moments when you send out an email to announce the VP, and then you get a deluge of emails from students all approving you. So that's, as if so thank you, Ellen. So that's great. John Pullman, there he is. That's what he looks like. He's in transition. He is a great guy. He has really been working very hard to develop and understand our system and make sense. And he's a great partner to many, many of us, including the provost and obviously the vice president for administration and finance. We'll talk a little bit more about budget. John he had a similar role at the University of Delaware, where they went through a transition from an incremental budget model to an incentivized budget model. That's what we're going to be doing. You're going to be hearing a lot from John in the coming meetings. And so it's great, and he's very energetic and is currently at the University of North Carolina at Wilmington, where he was working in this role, but now he's transitioning here to URI. Bethany Jenkins, we are very grateful to you, Bethany. Already I'm seeing good, and I can see how the community is also reaching out to you. We certainly saw that yesterday in the Faculty Senate meeting. So interim vice president for research and economic development. So thank you, Bethany. And then I'd like to note that Abby Benson has really stepped up here as interim VP for finance and administration. And just some personal notes. Abby has been just great for helping the university community, but really me personally, in being able to move forward and to be able to develop plans for the university. She's a trusted partner. People come to her. She helps find solutions to things. She is a wise advisor. And so as senior advisor and chief of staff, she has been fantastic in this role. She's going to be interim VP for Finance and Administration. She brings a vast background from her previous roles, including in Washington, D.C., Coast Guard, and working at the University of Colorado Boulder, which is another, public research university. So it's important to warmly welcome Abby into this role. And then right next to Abby is Chelsea Berry, who is going to be stepping up as an interim chief of staff. So thank you, Chelsea. So, and I look forward to working with you in that role. And it's great. Melissa Sutherland, I won't repeat everything that was said earlier by the chair of the board, but is a very distinguished professor in the College of Nursing and international reputation and impact in her work, appreciated by students, funded through very significant NIH grants. And so, Melissa, warm welcome in the role. And Riva Goyal is here. So, Riva, do you want to stand up? And as we discussed, a very active sophomore. So do we say that anymore? Second year student at the University of Rhode Island in pharmacy and in MBA? Ideally MBA. Yes, and is very active in terms of a lot of student organizations, but a big advocate for students and food security for the campus. So thank you for this role, and it's great that you're here today and looking forward. And so thank you, Hannah, for your role also in this transition. So there are lots of good news. I'm unfortunately just going to give a few highlights. It's not really possible to talk about everything that is actually going on at the university. First, I want to point out that our student who's right here, Lena Altan, she won the Truman Scholarship. This is a big deal, and I really want to also acknowledge the role that the honors group made in supporting her recommendation. Owen Flesher, right here, is a Hollings Scholar. He's also a member on the cross-country team, and so I do see him regularly in the morning out running. Thor's going to join me on the track at some point, but no, it's great. We have 3 Goldwater scholars right here. Actually, the middle one, Aiden, is also a runner. But it's really important that our students are fantastic students and winning very competitive national and international awards. And I'm extremely proud of them. Just a couple of other highlights. Over here, you see pictures of our students that are in our PharmD program. They placed, I thought it was 3rd, but my notes say 6th in the nation on match day. Our pharmacy program is the best in the universe, and as is our nursing program. Is that right, Barb? Yeah, the universe. Okay. And, as you all know, we have KPIs involved with the strategic plan. Thor, I still remember we were all at this game when the basketball team won the regular season A10, and Barb looked at me and said, "There goes Thor. He's already ticked off one of his KPIs." So it was great. So I'm a little competitive with Thor, and anyway, there's other things going on. There's just I wanted also just to make a quick shout out to our club sports. This weekend, our rugby team is defending its record on the Beast of the East tournament in Newport. Our lax team, our lacrosse team men are #1 in the country. Our rowing team is defending. They won the national championship. They beat Michigan last year. Our sailing team, I can go down the list. We have a musical that's available. Thor, you love musicals, I know, so we look forward to seeing you there. And our pickleball team won its inaugural collegiate pickleball tournament. We played Providence College. Sorry to Providence College's grads, but we won 3-1. So, yeah. We have other important things that are going on. So Margot, and here's a picture of Margot, and then this is the team, the governor, some of the sports, student athletes. Cristobal here is actually a very amazing student and talent development scholar. He did an excellent video that had to do with the takeover of the Taft Hall some 30 years ago. But I just want to remind that lots and lots of things going on. Our Senator Jack Reed has just been an amazing force of good for the state of Rhode Island and for the University of Rhode Island. And here he is with Perry Russo, our alum, on a new oyster hatchery that's just being opened out at Matunic. He also came recently, we had World Quantum Day and has really been supporting our development. And some of you heard from Jen Riley last night that our quantum program is really significant, and we are graduating students that are really moving into important industries. And then most recently, we just had the very first Jim Langevin Symposium, this one focused on cybersecurity. I want to just mention a couple of things. We have had more than 15 years of regular NSF funding for cybersecurity research and support. We are graduating critical students right now that actually get scholarships that make a 2-year commitment to then serve in national government, and it spans from the Department of Energy to various offices. So the need for cybersecurity is extremely important. So we have the faculty, we have the students, and we have the researchers, and we have the people that are actually working in cybersecurity. So this was important, and this is General Joe Hartman, who came here, and then this is the Director for Homeland Security, Val, who was also responsible for cybersecurity. So that was great. And now I'm going to turn to Dean. A couple of things. Why are we going to talk about transfers? For those of you who have been involved for a long time in the state, we're often asked about transfers. How is that going from the community college to the University of Rhode Island? We want all students, we want all citizens of Rhode Island, everybody living here, to have the opportunity to be able to come to URI and to benefit from all that we offer at URI. And it's just important to be quite transparent and clear about the transfer situation, because I've heard different stories, most of them wrong. So we're going to hear now the details, and thank you, Dean, for joining here.
Thanks, Mark.
Thanks.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good to see you again. So wanted to actually, as President Parlange said, transfer is a very important issue within the state, and it is often a very political one. And so some of the things we're going to go through today hopefully will ground on how things are going. I did want to, though, start with something. There is current legislation out there right now called the Hope Scholarship. The Hope Scholarship would give 2 years of free tuition at Rhode Island College. People ask, what is URI's position? What do we think? Well, I'd like to say my position, and I think it's something that is agreed upon by leadership. Anytime we support Rhode Islanders in funding their education is a fantastic thing. However, with equity and access, URI has to be included. This slide is an example. There are over 50 academic programs that URI offers that are not offered at the other institutions. And so when you think about equity and access to Rhode Islanders and affordability, we need to be included in this legislation. We testified last year, but I did want to let you know that, you give example of all of our engineering programs. We're the one player. Pharmacy, you'll see neuroscience, programs in business, programs in arts and sciences, the languages. Many of these are some of the highest paying also fields in the state. And so when you think about providing access for Rhode Islanders, we think this is really critical. Show of hands, how many board members have already been asked to give input on the Hope Scholarship? Yeah, Courtney, do you mind sharing? I know you said something earlier, if that's okay.
Yeah, absolutely. So, at United Way, our focus is ensuring that we're building equity and opportunities in our state. Education is a critical area of that, access to high quality educational opportunities. But we do a significant amount of work in workforce development. And in fact, on August 19th, we're hosting an event called Power the Future, focused on supporting middle school and high schools around career awareness, and hope to have URI there as well. One of the big things that we see, and we are supporting the Hope Scholarship with a caveat that we believe it should be at every state institution here in Rhode Island for this very reason. What we see in the needs of future job opportunities in the state of Rhode Island is aligned with many of the majors that are listed here and only available at URI. We believe access to education is critical to Rhode Islanders, but it needs to be in a way that is advantageous to the future of our economy as well.
Great, thanks, Courtney. I appreciate that. So going into transfers, want to start off with saying that we have a strong commitment. So when I talk about transfer students, I'm talking about students who start at one university and then progress to another. In particular, when you think about URI, our main relationship, one of our largest feeders, is the Community College of Rhode Island. 1/3 of our transfer students come from CCRI. We have over 70 transfer plans. So what a plan think about it as in like an articulation agreement. So if you have currency from one country in one hand and you're going to another, you don't want to lose value along the way. So what you do is you create articulation agreements or transfer plans so students from day one know how their credits will count. So we have over 70 transfer plans. The vast majority of all classes when students transfer from CCRI to URI do transfer. That's a little bit of a myth, and I'm actually going to show you data on that. URI spends an extensive amount of time. We have some terrific staff, both in admission and the Transfer Resource Center, who are there over 30 days in person. CCRI Warwick, right? Providence, Newport, going there to help work with the students. We're part of national and statewide initiatives. In fact, President Parlange and I were part of a national initiative to help improve the pathways for transfer. And we agree more work needs to be done. Give you an example of transfer students. It's a really important population. In fact, this coming May, in several of our colleges, 1 in 5 students who will graduate as an undergraduate actually started at another university. It's really important for success, job creation, and graduates. So to give you an example, in the fall, you see between 400 to 430 in-staters and 150 to 170 out-of-state transfers. And then you can see in the spring, that's a little bit smaller. Again, transfer for us is a big population. 1/3 do come from CCRI, but that's only about 200 of our transfers. And so we really take our relationships, not just with the community college, but with Massachusetts, Connecticut, New Jersey, New York, and other places very seriously. Yeah.
It's not from an in-state institution, it's their primary location?
They're a Rhode Islander, yep,
Okay.
so they would be qualified for that. In fact, many of our in-staters come from all over. So fun thing, we saw a big influx one year of students going to a school in Florida. I realize this is a public meeting, so I will just leave it at that. And then we saw about 8 of the 10 of them that went there transfer back. And so that's a Rhode Islander, and that's great. And we're here to provide support for Rhode Islanders in any way we possibly can. Good question. Rhode Island College, we bring in about 24 to 36 a year of transfers. That is a small. We do have a great articulation agreement, but we find that that's something that from RIC to URI is a smaller group.
CCRI to RIC, do we know those numbers?
CCRI to RIC, I've been told that the number of transfers, that's the majority of their transfers, is CCRI to RIC, and it's heavy in certain programs, but I don't know their actual number though, but I can get that for you. So joint admissions agreement, this was started back with Dr. Carruthers was president. This was before Rhode Island Promise was created. JAA was meant to help students at CCRI go from CCRI to URI and lose no credits. You would enroll in the general studies program at CCRI. You would take your credits, okay? You would have a transition plan that I'll show you that basically this is what you take at CCRI, this is what you take at URI. If you had a 2.4 GPA at CCRI, you were automatically admitted to URI. And we also provide a discount that depending on how you did performance or grade-wise, and this past year we awarded over $532,000 in scholarships for students at CCRI that came through the JAA program. Within the JAA program, or transfer plans, we have 62 of them. And I don't expect you to read this, just look at a lot of things. So if you look at this, so we have plans in everything from animal science to wildlife conservation and biology. Our faculty have really worked hard with CCRI to make sure the classes go back and forth. We need more graduates with time to degree being sped up, not having them lose credit. So I'm really proud of the work that everyone has done here. However, prior to JAA, we were always in the transfer game, and we had program plans. I think I mentioned that JAA was for students who are in a general studies at CCRI, but sometimes the general studies doesn't work. So these are some program plans. So a great example would be in all of engineering, some of our most successful. You can start at CCRI, transfer to URI, and we have a program to program plan. We had one in nursing for a while to meet the demands of RN to BS. That was a short-term need, and I know some exciting things coming out of nursing. And I'm really excited that our newest one that is coming up is we're actually working on a pharmacy plan. So the goal here is notice over 70 programs, working with our faculty, working with CCRI. Our staff also works with their general education committee. Whenever we approve a new undergraduate program, we create a transfer pathway plan. And this is just part of the work that we do. And I say this because, again, there's so many things about, oh, I'm hearing transfer struggling. What are the numbers? And so we kind of wanted to ground you here. CCRI, our staff is there all the time. 31 in-person days, one-on-one appointments. We meet with students there. We have remote drop-in hours. We've been part of a national initiative. Again, Mark and I were part of that with the Commissioner's Office, with CCRI and Rhode Island College. We work on different articulation days and agreements, and the senior leadership between CCRI and URI talks often. The goal is that it's a win-win for the state when we help students seamlessly go from CCRI to URI. There's some talk out there, how do our credits transfer? Gee, URI's classes do not count. So what we did was we said, well, let's challenge that comment, and we looked at all fall transfers from CCRI. And there were 233 unique courses that students who came to URI transferred in. It's a lot of courses. Of those, just under 50%, 114 were a general education course. And again, general education is 1/3 of a student's education. 84 came as a direct transfer, and only 35 came in as a free elective. But what was interesting when we looked at the free electives, it was actually 4 credit. When a student takes a class at CCRI, some of them are 4 credits. Our equivalency is 3 credits. We don't want to lose that extra credit, so they brought in the equivalency plus 1 credit of elective. The idea is that when we hear the things about being challenged, we try to look. And so it's something that we work with the Institutional Research Office and our academic colleges to make sure this is successful. And so the theme with transfer is, again, just to give you an idea of it's something that is coming up in legislation and others. And if you have any questions now or later, happy to answer. Thank you.
Presentation together. Did someone mention something to you about the Senate? The Senate was very interested, and the Senate committee confirming on advice and consent, that was that big issue. Somewhere along the line, that's going to go to Senator De Palma, who's the finance director of the Senate, because that's all his questions he was asking us.
Yeah, so this talk that Dean just gave, but I wanted you to hear it from the genuine authority, which is Dean. So I have told Senator De Palma that a number of times. I have also testified last year, again this year. And then I noticed when I went to the hearing, so I was there when Jay and others were signing in, that the same questions were coming from Senator De Palma. So I wanted you all to be similar to us as experts in this. This is important, and there's a lot more that we could talk about this, but if you have any questions, please do not hesitate to reach out to either me or to Dean. So that's why that triggered this. So thank you, Armin.
Have just that portion of the presentation, or maybe someone here, or maybe Carlos can send it to him. That would be helpful. Does that make sense?
This part of the slides, yes, of course. Dean, the question is, how big is CCRI?
Yes, so they were in the 17,000 range. There has been a decline in enrollment the past couple of years. They're down to 14,000. At their high, they were in the upper 17s.
This transfer is out of 14,000. It's a 2-year program, right?
Correct. If you go full time, that's correct.
14,000 full-time only?
Of course. That's head count.
So that's
By much smaller.
It's small.
Their student numbers have grown ever since Promise came in, so that students, but the number of transfers that have come from CCRI to us has not changed. So I'm going to change a little bit the direction. I'm going to try my best to discuss this in a cheerful mood, the university budget. But there are serious things, and you have seen these curves, and I have spoken to them. But I just want to remind you how we have been operating the university. If we look since 2004, the state year on year has been cutting us, and year on year, so just in the last 19 years, we see a 37% drop in what the state has done for us. The response of the University of Rhode Island, because the university, we pay our employees, we support our students, and we support our staff, is that we have grown our student numbers, our out-of-state student numbers. And as you all know very well, we have exhausted this model. We have no dormitory space on campus. You heard from the Vice President for Students that having to go back to triples, and there is pressure on this space. This is quite serious because it also, how have we dealt with it? We have grown our teaching faculty. We have not grown our tenure track faculty, but we've also asked them to teach more. I've shown you, and you've seen it before, the impact on the rankings. The rankings do reflect the fundamental damage that has been done by this effort. If we look, and I could show you many slides, but you'll notice that these are all the doctoral, public and land grant universities, but PhD schools. This is the contribution per student, full-time enrollment. We are the bottom of the United States. This is interesting. If you look since 2004, the contribution of the state of Rhode Island per student at URI, RIC, and CCRI, unfortunately, has in most cases consistently dropped. I think for all three institutions, it should be going up. The best thing you can do, and by the way, in the case of the community college, I'm not including those promise scholarships that I was talking, because that comes from the Office of Higher Education. It's not added here. So the bottom line is this is going in the opposite direction, whereas most states, 44 of them, have actually been seeing an increase. Now, some of the question and some of our leadership said, well, maybe the drop that you saw there was because of the 2008 crisis, and maybe the state was in crisis and continues to be in crisis. So this is a plot you see in blue, the plot of what we have received as the state. And sure enough, there was a drop in 2008 in terms of the state's overall budget, but you'll see it rebounded in 2009. We kept crashing down, and then it's slowly moving up. You'll also notice the big increase that happened in the last couple of years, because that was of COVID investment in the state. We dipped in terms of that. And as we heard earlier, the COVID relief that we received here at the University of Rhode Island did not even match what we had to reinvest, and the Vice President for Student Affairs could talk more. So it's, I think it's important, and the consequences are, and you'll see it this afternoon, the running track from 10,000 meters looks okay. When you get closer, you'll see it's a broken shell foundation. And then this was 3 weeks ago in the business school. So we have the best business college in the state of Rhode Island. Yet when you walked in, it was pouring rain. And so since 2003, they have a procedure where they bring out the blue buckets and they put them out there, and then they start turning on fans. And that is how we are trying to recruit, the competitive students that we are recruiting. Last year, you've seen this slide many, many times. I told you that we would be having an operational deficit this year of 11.3 million. There is some arguments that are made, for example, on the cost of living, which came in December when our budget submission was in September. They said, well, actually, we are giving you that cost of living increase. Well, then that means that in effect, our shortfall in terms of what we asked was really 5.5 million. You can change the line. The bottom line is we went in with an $11.3 million deficit. What happened this year is, sure enough, we have the $11.3 million deficit, but we also have additional things that came up. So we had increased utility costs. Dean does an excellent job of recruiting students, but there was a lot of need for families, and there was a definite need in terms of tuition. There's interesting things that come up. For example, we have administrative fees for our fleet of cars. There's state cars. If you go down there, we take care of our police cars and we take care of our trucks and so forth on the campus. So basically, we have had to deal with this. I can't present to the Board of Trustees a massive deficit. So what we did and what we had to anticipate was quite significant personnel savings through hiring freezes and some other things that we delayed or decreased, including the collection of trash and recycling across the campus. So if I look a little bit more closely at the 13.3 of personnel savings, about 6.4 of that was really hiring freeze, and then we admitted essential services of about 6.9. And Abby will be happy if you want to see more details. This affected a lot of our colleges. It affected faculty hiring and staff hiring. It affected facilities maintenance. It affected IT, communications and marketing. Our vice president for communications was hired with the assumption that he was going to be able to hire. He's not been able to hire. Student affairs, the counseling center, was spoken about the need there. I will remind that we had an ARPA ask last year, ARPA dollars, 1.2 billion that came to the state of Rhode Island for relief for COVID. Our student health center, if you want to have a tour of that, we can also look, is not good. It is in desperate need. And that's exactly what those ARPA dollars that came to the state were to be used for. We need $40 million to build that student health center. I don't put it here, but I am going to remind, because I know our colleagues are watching, we do need that support, and that is necessary for our students. So let me just talk here a little bit. In terms of the forecast, what I am doing is not very funny. These are one-time actions that are really masking. You say, oh, you balanced your budget. Well, we have just continued to damage. The same way that it's not good to leave rain pouring through the roof of your business school, these are similarly not very good. This is not sustainable. This, and so this brings in, and John, in the interest of time, I'm going to keep talking here, but fast, but we are going to have to change how we budget as a university, how we plan as a university, and how we incentivize the actions that we are going to take as a university. So we've had an incremental budget philosophy. The main thing that doesn't help us here is that there's no direct financial incentive for looking at operational efficiencies or developing new sources of revenue streams. I want to remind a little bit what's going on in terms of FY24. On the left side, you'll see my FY24 request to the state government. You'll see the 11.3 million operating shortfall. We had what we call current service level to be able to meet just basic things. I need a chance to breathe. We can turn this around. I know what to do. We have the people. We have great people here. We can turn this around, but we need a chance. And this is important from the state. You will also see we have special significant initiatives that will pay off for the state of Rhode Island. If we have this investment in URI, in 5 years, Rhode Island is going to see its economy booming. We're at the bottom. You've seen the curves that are shown. We have the largest brain drain in the country. So effectively, we asked for 32 million. The governor's recommendation was 7.9. I realize, so there's a slide I forgot. So let me just quickly tell you what we did in terms of asset and RICAP requests. So asset protection, we asked for 15.8. The governor recommended 11.5. We asked, and you'll see the athletics complex renewal, we asked for 82.3. The recommendation is 43.3. The stormwater management project was honored. We asked for 4.7, and we got 4.7. And then finally, for the PFAS removal, our drinking water supply risks to fall under the standards that are coming down. We're under obligation to meet those potential standards. We asked for 20 million. The recommendation was 0. So a quick thing about revenue generation. So we have entirely relied on undergraduate tuition, not on the graduate student tuition, and state appropriations. The undergraduate tuition, as I said at the beginning, we've exhausted that strategy. And by the way, you can't go and raise student tuition when you're offering the kind of facilities we offer. Then people will actually start to ask, where is the running track and so forth. So we're going to grow the resources pie. We're going to think about how our faculty and staff, how we spend our time. We're going through a very careful exercise, and I use the royal we, actually, our provost and all our college deans and all our vice presidents are going through a very careful exercise, looking how we spend our time. There's an opportunity to build online programs. We talk about the programs in Providence. There's a lot that can be done there in terms of finish what you started. Dean has spoken about that before. If we have time to actually do the work that we need to do, we can be national leaders in areas related to the ocean, to ocean health, and obviously the blue economy. We're trying to go after major centers at the moment. We have to think about how we use our time. And obviously there's operational efficiencies and state requirements that I am going to be going in detail. So the time is now to begin this transformation. We have to have a change in direction. A little bit about incentivized budget modeling. So we're really working now with the college leadership. So each college is different. The business school is different from arts and sciences, is different from education. We are going to be really working to create forms and mechanisms so that by 2024 we have a new approach in plan. We are going to change a lot of our outdated practices. We're going to be developing, and you're going to be hearing more from John about detailed timelines. And I will be continuing to communicate this with our colleagues. John put together here a high-level timeline of where we're going to be going. A lot of this, and I know some of you spoke about things that we have to do. So we're not going to wait until the full model is in line, but we're hoping for FY26, which is really tomorrow, to be able to get going. We really need the new programs in place by this coming fall. We need to do the appropriate marketing and preparation for that. And then I'm going to change. We're going to talk. I thought, yes, John, you're right there. So John is going to present about the strategic plan. I wanted to just give a shout out that Matt McDonald has put out the beautiful strategic plan. You've all seen the short version, the pocket version. You've seen the website, but it's a beautiful job. Bravo, Matt and team. And with that, John, thank you.
So in the interest of time, we'll go pretty quickly, but please stop with questions at any point. So next steps with the KPIs is, as you know, we've been tracking. We have the back years of data, and we set targets at the last meeting. Now we are moving to the creation of online reporting so that it's there and available for everybody, fully transparent into what we're doing. And we're going to quickly jump right here. So this is now live on the website. We'll send out the link afterwards so that everybody has it, and it'll be linked off of currently the institutional research website, but we will be embedding or working with Matt and his team to embed this within the strategic plan website so that it's all there together in one place. We just weren't going to let perfect be the enemy of good and getting it out there as soon as possible. So as a reminder, the first priority, broadening our impact. We have two primary KPIs at this time. The first is the proportion of publications in the top 10% of publications. That is a confusing statement, especially for those that aren't used to looking at citations and publications. Citations really are the currency of a lot of academia. It's about understanding how far is the reach of our research going. So what the group that compiles the data does is takes all publications, classifies them into 4,159 different subject areas, and then says of those within each subject area, what are the top 10% of cited publications within those areas? They then take that, aggregate that up, and that is the number that's here. Ideally, you would want at least 10% of your publications to be in the top 10% of cited publications. Our target is 12%. Currently, we're sitting at 9.8. The other is total research expenditures, and we have set a rather ambitious goal of doubling our total research expenditures based on a 3-year average. We're using a 3-year average because there is some variability year over year, in particular when we're talking about non-competitive grants. Then we have enhancing our student success. And here we have 6 metrics. Our first year retention rate, it's the number of first-time, full-time students that are enrolled as of October 15th, and then continue to be enrolled October 15th the following year. The 6-year graduation rate is of those who enter, the first-time, full-time students, how many have graduated within 6 years? The 6-year graduation rate, the question comes up often, why don't you use a 4-year graduation rate? Isn't it a 4-year program? The 6-year graduation rate is a national standard for looking at this. It is 150% of the expected time to completion. We look at the 4-year graduation rate. That's a leading indicator to the 6-year graduation rate. It's important to us, but the 6-year graduation rate is what is the standard in the industry for benchmarking. For that, we are steadily improving and have been improving over previous years. The next metric, our graduation rate equity gap. So this is, we take a look at the 6-year graduation rate for Pell recipients and for non-Pell recipients and look at that comparison. The idea here is, are we serving all of our student populations equitably? Are we meeting students where they are and meeting their needs? And you'll see there's significant opportunity for us to improve. We had set, when we were initially looking at this, we were looking at an 11.5% delta difference in those rates. We set the goal of having that. We have, since the updated data, we've seen that rate increase to 14.4%. I can't speak with definitive authority on this, but we do believe a lot of this has to do with the impact of COVID. We know COVID impacted different communities very differently. We know disadvantaged students were, but it was much harder impact on those students and their ability to not just about the learning and the shift in the learning, but how do you afford that? How do you afford coming to school when work is shut down? It's a very different experience, and we need to be aware of that going forward, because it's not just the 2 years that we dealt with COVID, but it's also the learning loss and the impact that that's had throughout the K to 16 education. Master's degrees conferrals, we are more than doubling, and as our 10-year goal. PhDs, again, more than doubling our PhD degree conferrals as our 10-year goal. And as mentioned earlier, the goal is to move from 6 teams that have won a championship, a conference championship over a 10-year period, to 12. And Thor is well on his way. So we now have 7 teams over the past 10 years. The third is fostering an inclusive, people-centered culture. At the moment, we don't have a direct measure of inclusiveness. That is something we are working on developing and will be added to the KPIs. But in the meantime, one piece we can look at is the diversity index. This is it is the probability that if you chose 2 individuals from a population, that they would differ on a given dimension. In this case, we're using race ethnicity. We're seeing this as a trend both within higher education, but also within national statistics. The Census Bureau is now using the diversity index. as opposed to looking at the, what some of the more outdated measures, percentage underrepresented or percentage that's non-white, things along those lines. This is trying to get a truer measure of the diversity of a population. Here we're looking at student diversity index, the instructional staff diversity index, and the non-instructional staff diversity index. And we are moving in the right direction with our student diversity index and our instructional staff diversity index. Our non-instructional staff diversity index is a challenge. And that is something we have to work on, both developing, and all of that comes as a result of having a more people-centered, focused culture that's welcoming. And yes.
Priorities described in the book, which is beautiful, Matt. It really, there's a lot more than diversity as a measure alone. Sense of community, of, one university. Why are we not considering a qualitative measure like some of the student surveys around that Mike was asking about? How happy people are, how safe they feel, how much they feel part of the community.
We are.
As a KPI?
As a KPI, yes. Sorry, I thought to be clear, we are in the process of developing. The Community Equity and Diversity Office is developing measure, an instrument for measuring that within the faculty and staff and student population. I believe we're included.
Here too, it is part that, but it's also part how a student experiences URI from every dimension, including diversity and equity, right?
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. CED is developing it, but it is not a diversity focused measure. It is an engagement measure. It is it's looking at the overall experience of the individual within the broader community.
And these are the larger university priorities, and measures, there'll be departmental measures for each one of those units. So we'll.
It's not missing.
Yep. And lastly, we have powering the university of the future. And the first goal here is really about the overall revenue that's coming into the institution, making sure that we have adequate funds for the education of our students. We set this target based upon an analysis of peer institutions where we were woefully underfunded. Our ability to spend is based on how much money we are bringing in. Our ability to teach and research, do the public service that we need to do, that is all based on the revenue that's coming into the institution. So measuring it on a per student basis, which is what we're doing here, we're looking to increase that from 34,000 per student to 51,000 per student. That's not raising tuition to 51,000. That's looking at all sources of revenue. And to that point, the next two measures are really about ensuring that we're operating in a fiscally responsible nature. We have revenue diversity. And this is the percentage of revenue that's coming from the largest area of revenue. In this case, we're looking at the tuition and fees, which currently accounts for 54.4, 55% of our revenue. And we want to keep it about that. And then our operating cash margin, which is, again, making sure that our liabilities are not exceeding our assets. And that's, we're looking to operate around 10% and maintain that while we pursue these other goals.
Thank you very much. Really good development. I would make a suggestion, just conferring with Mike, that we include these as an addendum or an appendix every quarter, but let's make sure we review them once a year, or if there are significant changes that you want to bring to our attention. And as you're developing them, maybe just point out what you're developing over time, like this engagement element. But so let's include them every quarter, and let's set them to review annually.
Absolutely. So I will say most of these are measured on an annual basis.
Right.
So you're not going to see much movement quarter to quarter, but by all
Just to get
means.
used to them.
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Yeah.
Such a huge drop. And I just wonder, I don't know if the question's for you or anybody else on the staff, but is there a plan? Should we create a plan? Do we have to, how do we address that?
We have, so we have a number of efforts ongoing at the moment. So we have a grant from the Howard Hughes Medical Institute substantial grant from the Howard Hughes Medical Institute that's aimed at student success and in particular for students from disadvantaged backgrounds. We have another grant we're working on that's also aimed, but that students from disadvantaged backgrounds, but that's aimed specifically at biomedical background students. And we also have a student success team, which Dean, I believe it's 80 people. Is that?
Yeah, and it was connected to so our focus on that is a 3-year plan on closing the equity gaps in all student success measures. We were part of a national initiative with the Gardner Institute. It's actually something that many schools are seeing, so we were part of the first national cohort to work collaboratively on that. So our faculty and staff on that committee across all divisions are working very hard on it.
I believe so.
Correct.
It is huge. It was
Foundation relations faculty.
yeah. And I believe that's Dr. Becky Sartini is the PI on that. Yeah.
Thank you, John.
So as you said, Margot, it's going to be important for tracking just for our own to know where we are. Right now, each school and administrative unit is in the process of drafting their supporting plans to the strategic plan. So we're one university. We have the university strategic plan, so where they're fitting. And of course, we will give those regular board updates. I just also want to say that Abby Benson has been great to look at how we're tracking our progress and being able to, use the usual green, yellow, and red. Just a couple of last points here. First of all, I believe the University of Rhode Island can really be a thriving and successful university, and I think we can be a standout public research university. We will be generating new sources of revenue, and I know that I sound a little bit grim, but you're the Board of Trustees. You need to know the truth, and I should also, final point, there's not one size that's going to fit all. There's always nervousness, and we have great people, and some of them are already doing way over what they're expected to do, just simply because the support has not been there. So there's multiple tracks, and I think in many ways there's a lot of hope, but we are busy, and we will continue to lead in this area. Couple of key dates. May 5th, we're going to have a happy moment, a pier ribbon cutting, the new pier that's necessary for the Narragansett Dawn, which will be coming in 2024, will be officially open. So if you're able to attend this pier cutting, it's the morning of May 5th, you will have received an invitation. And then on May 20th, so in 1 month from today, we'll have commencement. There's a picture of all of you looking very beautiful and happy last year at commencement. So thank you so much.
Okay, thanks, Mark. Okay, so we're way behind schedule. I want to just make a quick switch, if you don't mind, Police Chief, but waiting a few more minutes before your presentation and bring Lil up. I think Lil's got a scheduling conflict. To update us with Jeff Cabral on URI development. And then we'll go the police chief and then Matt.
What we're measuring for the strategic plan. So it was a nice way for the foundation to be able to support an important strategy for universities.
Right there. Okay, great. Great, thanks. Hi, everyone. I'll be very quick, and then I'll turn it over to Lil, and we'll be happy to take some questions. So to date, we have secured $261 million towards our $300 million campaign goal. Since July 1st, we have secured $25.3 million in new gifts and pledges. This includes a recent anonymous planned gift for $4 million in support of student scholarships. And I will say that our planned giving plan giving results continue to really outperform expectations. Since July 1st of last year, we have closed $12 million in new plan gift commitments, which is pretty spectacular. Since the start of the Big Ideas Bold Plans campaign, we've closed about $90 million in estate gifts, which is a pretty remarkable number. The lower right-hand corner here is a bar graph that shows our campaign commitments by purpose. So you can see that we are evenly split between gifts from endowed gifts and operating gifts, which is kind of a nice balance. You can also see that Rhody Now in the far right-hand corner has received $19.2 million since the start of the campaign. Thanks to all of you who have made campaign gifts. We're at 72% board participation, so we really appreciate it. There's still time to make your gift, and I know, Courtney, you're so proud that I'm doing the pitch from the podium. Our fiscal year ends at the end of June, and so thanks so much for your participation. Rhody Now is behind this year, but we do have some bright spots. And so I want to share that the Metcalf Institute Rhody Now Fund has about $94,000 in commitments this year compared to $50,000 overall last year. So that's all sunshine in all of her great work there. Our Parent and Family Giving Program has secured $267,000 in gifts this year, way outperforming expectations from last year and exceeding our goal of $250,000. The most bright of all the spots, I think, Mark, is that we have nearly $1 million from faculty and staff since July 1st of last year. That compromises about 632 gifts overall. It's a 6% increase in dollars and an 8% increase in donors over last year. It's a pretty remarkable thing. We remain on track and hopeful that we'll complete the Big Ideas Bold Plans campaign by Q4 of 2024, fiscal year 2024. Our goal is to stay above the trend line, which you see here. We've been successful at doing this since 2020, which is wonderful. And finally, we have about 167 gift conversations underway with anticipated gift closures of $21.2 million. This does not include some rather large solicitations that we hope close in the next 10 months. As we become more confident with them, we'll add them to this chart. But this shows kind of the gift breakdown here. Gift officers are working every day, of course, to enter new proposals into the system. They only do that when they have about 75% confidence that that's going to come back at some amount. So I'm going to turn it over to Lil.
Thank you. So aligning with the university strategic plan, the foundation is undertaking a strategic planning process. We wanted to get the university through theirs because we're here to advance and support the university. We wanted to be in alignment. So that's underway and will be presented to the foundation board in June and will guide our work for the rest of the campaign and then post-campaign. Upcoming regional events, we continue to fill the pipeline of new prospects and prospective donors. We'll be hosting an event Monday night in San Diego with President Parlange. And then we have summer events because it's a great time to see people. So we've been on Nantucket, Martha's Vineyard, Westerly, and we'll continue to be out in the regions working, filling the pipelines and engaging people so that they start to support the university. Looking ahead, I just want to give a couple some updates and then just talk a little bit about the headwinds because there are headwinds and you need to hear those things. A couple things we're working on with the university. One is a grant writing course. The foundation's Corporate and Foundation Relations Office offered to faculty for an online grant writing course, and the response from the faculty was overwhelming that they were looking for this kind of grant writing support and training. And so our staff are hosting that, and that's our way of continuing to support one of the top priorities to increase research at the university. Also, we'll be partnering with our federal and state staff as well as Matt McDonald to initiate an advocacy program within the state. And so we can help leverage the tens of thousands of URI alumni who are in Rhode Island. So we continue to say thank you for your support, but as well-informed alumni of the university, here's how you can continue to promote and advance the work we're doing. What we're looking at in terms of challenges for us and for fundraising, and that's reflected in the annual fund numbers, which are down, headwinds in the economy, uncertainty around the recession, if there will be one, the impending Supreme Court decision on affirmative action regarding whether that can be used in admissions decisions. The feeling is that that will then ripple to fundraising and to the ability to raise funds to support underrepresented groups. And that has a chilling effect on our ability to raise dollars for those programs. So we're working with University Council and Foundation Council to make sure that we anticipate what could happen, but also don't put a full stop on what we're trying to do to support people who are underrepresented. But that's causing a lot of churn out in the fundraising world. And then, NIL, that is something that's taking a lot of Thor's time and Garrett's time. Garrett's a member of the foundation staff. That doesn't count towards the campaign or towards fundraising. And so it's something that we're all watching how that's in fact impacting philanthropy to the university. So it's an ongoing open dialogue, and I think it's changing and shifting sands, but we're gonna stay on top of it. So there was a great article about what's going on in university institutionally related foundations. Adam Quinlan, our CFO, identified. That's what nerds we are. We're reading articles about institutionally related foundations, but their watchword for the next couple years is VUCA. It's volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. So we are all navigating in that world in a lot of parts of our lives, but we are firmly committed to supporting the university and continuing to get the resources to fulfill the vision because the university is off on a great trajectory, and we are very committed to continuing to get the funds in that can help fulfill our vision together. So that is the extent of my report. Questions, comments? All right. Thank you.
Thank you for a positive report.
Yeah. Happy to have a positive report.
Except for the VUCA.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, Christine, I know you probably have to take off at some point. I just want to say, in case we don't see Christine because she can't come to the next meeting, and she still is a board member until such time as she isn't, I just want to publicly say that it's been amazing to have you on the board. I say to Christine all the time that she synthesizes the issues beautifully and really has helped me as a board chair. And I know we'll have another time to thank you publicly, but thank you.
Thank you much. Yeah. It has been great as the daughter of a URI alum who didn't know the university better than I might have for just working in the higher ed sector in Rhode Island and elsewhere, to have learned as much as I have about URI. And one of the things I want to continue to figure out how to weigh in and counsel on, that I'm sitting here puzzling after Lil's report and Mark's, is where to strike the balance between alarm and concern and momentum and positivity. And it's such a careful balance beam. We don't have the support we need. We have to suggest how high the stakes are, but also people like to invest in winners or the prospect of winning. And we can't, everyone from faculty we might recruit to lawmakers, we want to make this their number one priority, to alums that we may want to. So to the extent that I can continue to help you all think through that issue in particular, but other issues more broadly, it has been a privilege to be on the board. I'm really glad that I said yes to Governor Raimondo, and look forward to your guidance on how I can remain involved.
Well, we will take you up on that. Thank you. Yeah, absolutely. And Sue, you're going to be here in June, right? Well, I'm saving your thank. But if in case we don't see you in June, same for you. It's been fantastic to have you on the board. You have great advice, and it's just been a terrific experience getting to know you. But I'm not saying goodbye to either of you yet.
Great.
Thank you.
So happy to be on the board and to represent the great College of Pharmacy.
Thank you. Okay, we've made Police Chief Jagoda wait way too long. He's got lots of things to do on our campus. He's been here a couple of years. He is incredibly experienced in his job. And in light of what's happened on many campuses, and fortunately we have been a safe campus, but we thought it was important to understand what the plans are for the university in the event that there is some type of event on campus. And so that's why we invited the police chief here today.
So good.
Yeah.
Is that the one right there?
That's it.
Okay, with me today is our Director of Emergency Management, Sam Adams, and he's really going to talk about our preparedness for that, really our preparedness, our response, and the mitigation in terms of our comprehensive plans an active threat, an armed aggressor here at the university. I'm coming right now I was actually just meeting with the superintendents, K through 12, police chiefs, fire chiefs, emergency managers, training officers of Bristol County and Cape Cod about this. I know the last 20 days, we've seen a lot of active threats out there in terms of active shooters. The good thing about this preparedness, preparing us for an active threat and an active shooter, is we've really taken a comprehensive review of all hazards plans in terms of everything, man-made, weather-related, those kind of plans in terms of how we were going to respond. And we're really excited about the way we're going to respond to those. So Columbine and Virginia Tech really changed the way law enforcement responds to active shooters. A lot of times we sit back, we wait in terms of hostage negotiation stuff. That's not the way we do it anymore in terms of an active shooter. The FBI doesn't have all the stats out for 2022 yet, but it looks like we have about a 52% increase in active shooter mass shootings last year alone. In the college setting and in higher ed, we're looking at about 25% of all mass shootings happen in the educational sector. 132, I looked at that this morning, and it's up to 147 events, and we're not even through April yet. So this is not going away. I feel I can tell you, I feel very confident in terms of lock and step with public safety, with emergency management, with our police department in terms of preparing for this and preparing for it with not only our internal stakeholders, but also our external stakeholders. I know I got to meet with senior leadership a few weeks ago, and we really talked about our training, our plans, our tabletops and stuff. And I can talk a little bit more about that a little bit later on if you have any Q&A on that. So let me turn it over to Sam. And I really want, our priority here on this campus is the protection of life. And I think we have a good comprehensive plan in terms of all hazards, just not an active shooter event, but any kind of threat that we have here on campus. Want to go ahead?
Thank you, Chief. I think I want to start off, we've been talking a lot in the last couple of presentations about strategic goals and priorities. And I think that this actually takes a step back and from a higher level, the fundamental need to have a safe and secure campus environment to achieve all of those goals. So the university actually was the first in the state and still actually one of the only ones to invest in having a full emergency management program with dedicated staff. So we work through the entire cycle of emergency management. So the preparedness, which is what we're here today to talk about, along with the response, the recovery, the mitigation, not only for armed aggressor incidents, but also all types of hazards. So be it a storm, a hazmat leak, anything else, natural, technological, or human caused, that's all part of our planning process. In most armed aggressor incidents, when we watch the news, the incipient part is actually relatively short. Statistically, most active shooter incidents end within 3 to 4 minutes of the arrival of the police department, unless there's like a barricaded suspect situation. But the majority of them are over. And then even within 24 hours, the incident scene itself is usually wrapped up other than whatever investigation is still continuing. But as we all know, these incidents, the actual life cycle of this sort of an incident drags on for months or for years. The chief when I were talking this morning, the elementary school at Sandy Hook, they just opened the new building. And that was, I've actually forgotten how many years now since that event happened. These things do go on a long time. So on our planning process, we try to address not just the immediate part where all the police, fire, and EMS are running to the scene, but also what happens over the next 12, 24, 36 months afterwards, and making sure we support these.
And Sam talked about that timeline. I feel pretty confident here on this campus, the way we have our patrol sectors out there, we can respond to an armed aggressor, an active shooter within 90 seconds. So it's all about, for me, it's all about shaving seconds, getting to that threat as quickly as possible to stop the mass killings. And that's the way we deploy our personnel, our police officers. So they're out there in the sectors, they're being visible, the omnipresence, and that deters that type of crime.
So we've had plans in place for a long time. In the time that the chief and I have been here, we've both been here about 8 years. Those plans have been developed, revised, that we've had all kinds of trainings for police and other first responders, as well as the campus community. However, over the last year, since President Parlange has been here, we've been going back and sort of started from the ground up, reviewing and updating all of those plans, working with all of our external partners, and as first responders, as well as the President's Executive Council, and trying to incorporate all the lessons that have been learned in recent years through unfortunate incidents like Uvalde and Michigan and UVA, and the things that we've been through there. And so we've been updating these plans. So just over the past year, we've done a planning workshop with all of our first response partners, not just here on campus, but also including Narragansett, South Kingstown, the state police, state emergency management agency. So working on the sort of the tactical response piece of how we actually manage one of these incidents. And then also working with the executive leadership, because there's a big piece that often in these plans, not just in a higher ed environment, but even in a municipal environment, often miss the sort of what is leadership do? What's the administrative, the leadership, the executive, the policy-making role? How does everybody communicate? What decisions have to be made in that first critical half hour to an hour? And then what has to happen over the days ahead? What do we need to start thinking about? So we tried to incorporate that piece in. We've had a planning workshop and a plan review session. And this summer, we're planning to do a tabletop exercise where we ideally will bring together all of those elements and make sure that all those plans can work in concert so that the timely decisions can get made that affect what's happening on the ground at the scene. We also do a continuing process of active shooter training and drills for our police officers. I will say when I got here, it was just before both of us, it was just before our campus police were armed. And at the time, we had Brown University coming down here to train our police. And in the last couple of years, Brown's been sending their police officers down for our police to train theirs now, which I think is I think is a huge feather in the cap of the police department for the work they've done to get where they are. And then we have an ongoing community training program, which is Avoid, Deny, Defend, which is the other version of Run, Hide, Fight. And that's been going on. It's very popular. It's every Thursday or every other Thursday.
One Thursday every month, we actually do a CREST training, which is a civilian response to an active shooter event. And we sponsor it, so anybody's welcome, students, faculty, and staff. Paul Harahan, myself, we are instructors and we teach that. And it's a great tool in terms of giving you the practical skills to respond promptly to an active shooter event, not only here on campus, but wherever you are, in a movie theater, shopping center, we're seeing it at concerts. So it will give you those tools on your tool belt to help you and your family respond to that.
And we also offered a sort of a road show where there's a larger group. So we've been working with athletics. Some of Thor's team had reached out. So Paul's working on setting up some training for the folks that work in the athletics complex. So our plans basically address, or all of our preparedness efforts address 7 key elements, which include the outreach and education that we were just talking about, as well as the first responders training. So there's the police training, but also EMS and fire do a lot of training, and we're starting to try and do more together so that all those teams are used to working together on a day-to-day basis, but their ability to work together in this type of an incident we want to keep developing. As far as incident management planning, I'm going to talk about, again, the plan that we've been developing over the past year, or rewriting over the last year. We have processes in place for emergency alert and warning, interoperable communications. Now that with all the changes, the great changes that are happening in communications, working on media management and leaning forward communications, and then also trying to address these bigger long-term community support and recovery questions.
Can you make that smaller? Can you make the slideshow a little bit smaller?
Is it? Oh. What's that? Oh, okay. Yeah, hang on. I don't know how to. No, hang on.
Sam mentioned about the community outreach part. So I really believe in terms of our philosophy of community policing, how that's helped us in terms of building trust and confidence with our community. And really about see something, say something. So we've gotten a lot of tips, and we need to follow those tips to see if they're credible in terms of that. We have a great community in terms of if we have mental health issues, we have a lot of resources internally that we can refer them to, like a community like South Kingstown or Narragansett. It could take weeks or months to get them that type of help and those kind of resources. So it really, for us, the basic tool is our community outreach and our community policing philosophy, and our officers buy into that, and our community members in terms of building that trust.
Okay, I see what they did.
Sam talked about a little bit about training. So we have certified officers who are nationally trained in terms of is that working?
Yep. I know I'm getting older because I used to be the guy that everybody would grab to do that, and then clearly I just fumbled it. So talking about what's already in place, again, we've worked out this comprehensive incident plan with a large number of partners at various jurisdictional levels who'd be involved in that first. We try and focus first on getting through the first half hour. We want the cheat sheet, the checklist that gets us through the first half hour without having to even think about it. Make sure all those key things get addressed or get started, and then we have a little more time to work through the rest of the things. We have a very extremely detailed emergency public information and warning plan. That's an all hazards plan, applies to everything from a tornado to commencement and how we deal with communications. We've talked about, again, about the community outreach and education and the CRAZE training, police officer drills and training. We also have a building threat assessment program where we have police officers who are trained to go in building by building and assess what the threats are, the vulnerabilities are in that building in this context. And we also have a program through the Emergency Management Office of doing the more comprehensive Building Emergency Action Plan, or BEEP, as we call it. We've done them so far for the Visitor Center, the Memorial Union, the Green Hall. We've done, it's probably about a half dozen of them that we've completed so far. So in terms of what's actually in the plan, I promised Abby we would not get into the weeds in the plan, but the view from 25,000 feet of what's in the plan, it addresses it's designed, again, it's stepwise, it's chronological, and it's designed to walk whoever it doesn't. So if neither of us is there, anybody else in the command structure in the department can grab that plan, and they've got the cheat sheet, who needs to do what and what. So general sequence during the initial part of the event, and then over the longer term, the next 72 hours. So it addresses how we activate our emergency alert and warning system to put the campus on lockdown, how we get community messages out. One of the pieces, I'll come back to that in a sec. What the executive team is going to be doing. So we've worked out with the executive team different means of communicating with each other, because one of the challenges is if you're on lockdown, we don't have our executive team all in one building. So for the executive council to be able to communicate and make decisions, we need a couple of different redundant forms of communication that allow them to do that. We've worked out organizational structures for the first responders so that it's very clear who's going to be in charge as they get started, and then how that's going to evolve as the incident becomes larger and unfolds, how everybody talks to each other, what we're going to do for not just for the longer term sort of family reunification, but also while people are on lockdown, right? If you're stuck in your office after about 6 hours, there are certain needs that you're going to have, drinking water being among the easiest ones to address. So we're working through those things and starting to work through campus recovery. One piece we spent quite a bit of time on is making sure it was very clear what the organizational roles are. All right, we have an executive leadership council, just as in a city, you might have a city council and an executive administration. Those are the policy decisions, not just things like canceling classes, but making resources available, deciding what the key talking points are in the messaging, the communications with the media. All of those things need to happen at that level. And then need to inform what happens at the incident management level, and then the feet on the ground at the incident scene. So all these organizational roles are laid out as part of this incident management plan, so it's clear what everybody's swim lanes are. And we can swim parallel, but hopefully don't cross under the rope. We've spent a lot of time on incident communications with the goal that there's a common operating picture. Everybody who needs to make decisions has the same set of information at the same time, so that everybody knows what's going on, and then can make decisions and communicate those decisions back to others. So it includes, we have a virtual emergency operations center software suite called VOC. We have incident communications both for the first responders and then the RAM call radio system. And I want to give The president, great props, because I stuck my head in his office the other day and I saw his Ramco radio right there on the little tray in his whiteboard plugged in charging. And just so everybody who has one knows, I can actually see whose radio is turned on when I log into our radio management server.
I think this is the biggest challenge in any kind of active shooter. All the responses I got back from those, and I talked to Nashville after the last shooting, is about communication, losing communication, not having effective communication, both internally during the tactical operation part of it and afterwards, where Matt's team comes in. So we are working through that right now. We actually just went with AT&T FirstNet, which will give us priority wireless cellular in terms of being able to talk to each other during a critical incident, so we can shut down everybody else's phones and we will be able to talk and have that communication so we can effectively run the operation, both initially and those next phases as we go on.
Yep. And we're working with Matt and his team again on how to get public messaging out, including instructions to the folks that are stuck somewhere on lockdown. But yeah, Rima's been part, yeah, yeah. In fact, they were like when we did our first responder workshop, Chris McGrath was there, and they've been part of all this. And so that's what we've done. That's what's been accomplished so far. What we are currently working on as we sit here today is to take that incident management plan, which has now been out for comment for a couple of months. We've actually gotten very little, which either means hopefully it means people are reading it and actually saying, yeah, this works and we're good. So we need to get that, make sure that gets out to all of our partners and everybody's clear that this is now the plan that's in place. But it is ready to use tomorrow. If God forbid we had something tomorrow, that plan is in everybody's hands that would be responding. We've all sat down and gone through it together and we're prepared to use it. We just want to kind of get it finalized. And then our plan is to every other year review it and update it. We're also working on taking our various emergency alerting systems. So this goes back to the president's one university goal. Some of these systems don't really talk to each other, so they require multiple manual activations and trying to tie those together. We've identified a funding mechanism for the software we need to do that. We're just trying to sort of move forward with the next steps in the procurement. We are working once again with Matt's team on a detailed media management plan so that we have a plan for where the media is going to go, how we're going to get information to them during the sort of active phase of this incident. We don't want them at the scene of the incident. In fact, we really don't even want them on campus until we've reached a point where we've got all the first responders here already, because we don't want to create additional traffic with big television vans and all that. So we're working out a plan, again, both logistics and how we communicate with them. And then there's a big piece, and actually this is another area where we're working with REMA. It's been a bit interesting. Before I was here, I worked at the Department of Health for many years, and I helped write the state's Family Assistance Center plan, and I was a little taken aback to find out it's still the one they're following, because I've been here for almost a decade. But we're working with REMA and the Department of Health on figuring out if we had an incident like this, and it could also be a major transportation accident that involved our students or any number of other things. If we had to stand up a Family Assistance Center, what would the state be bringing down, and what would they expect us to do, and how, and it would probably be in some part of this complex. So exactly how would we do it? So that's actually a standalone plan, but we're developing it to fit in with this as well as other scenarios. And then lastly, and I'm sorry to have this be my last slide, given all the talk we've had about budget challenges, but most of these things are on here because they're budget challenges. These are things we are aware of that are either gaps or ways we know we could do things better that come down to sort of long-term resource investment decisions. And it's not to say that we should be doing every one of these things, but we have our all-campus alert system, which is the outdoor flashing red light speaker system, is in the process of being decommissioned. It is way beyond its product life. It's no longer supported, and it basically doesn't really work. So there needs to be a discussion if we're going to want to invest in a replacement for that system, or if we have so many other means of communication, we don't need it. We don't have to do that today. And if we want to continue to integrate other modes of communication in to build out our mass notification infrastructure. We're in a process, in this case, kind of driven by statute, but our dispatch center, and this was a big gap in Uvalde with communications between the scene and dispatch. We're going to need to certify all of our dispatchers. So we have a 24/7 staff dispatcher for police and EMS, and then also as a secondary site for fire. All our dispatchers are going to become not only certified telecommunicators, but also certified emergency medical dispatchers, which is going to be really critical in one of these incidents. We have a challenge with police department staffing. Right now, we are at a point where our patrol staffing is half of the approved positions that we have because of attrition. And so we're going to need to address getting police department staffing back up to where it needs to be we have enough, our shifts are covered, but it is a strain. And so we need to work on that. At some point, we have some various initiatives going, looking at remote building lockdown, being able to lock down the entire campus at once, which is doable. But again, like some of the other things, we have systems that have evolved, with different parts of the university. We want to get to the one university goal where all of those things are tied together. We had a big workshop yesterday that was very productive. So we're working towards that. And then we also need to work towards some bigger resources for this and other types of incidents where we might want to have a call center, for example. We don't have a great resource for that. If we want to set up a number, we did set up one, and I see Ellen nodding, at the onset of COVID, when we sent everybody on spring break and then had to tell them they weren't coming back and field thousands of phone calls from parents and students.
The last thing we want to do is overwhelm our emergency dispatch center with routine calls or administrative calls or calls from our external stakeholders in terms of that. They're going to be dealing with just emergency phone calls in the operational part of it. So we need to set something up in terms of that.
Yep. And with that, we're open to questions, discussion.
Good. Well, thank you very, very much. It's like one of those capabilities that you don't know you need it until you need it. And when you need it, you really need it. So we're happy that you're doing the planning that you're doing and understand the resource constraints. But I feel very comforted to know that you're in charge of this, and I appreciate it.
Just seeing the number of, what is it, 132 incidents that happened just this year, and just before they produced the report, the number was already well over 140. I look at that number, then I look at the difference in the non-Pell versus Pell graduation rates, and I'm thinking those numbers are not startling to, our legislators to say that we need to get this medical center up and running. I mean, our kids need the help, and I don't know what else to say about that. It's just startling, those numbers.
That's a great point.
They need the access to.
Right, mental health,
Mental health.
facilities,
Yeah,
right,
yeah.
right. It's correlated.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. Okay, Matt, no pressure, but you're the last presentation.
You got 30 seconds. No?
Let's see how you communicate.
Worse on the agenda. You never want to stand between folks and lunch or dinner. The only worst spot is standing between folks and adjournment. But I will try to.
No, you are doing terrific, terrific work. We really appreciate it.
Thank you. So I will try to be like some of my colleagues on I-95, and that is to say quick. Perhaps a bad bit of humor with the chief of police still in the room, so my apologies. Speaking of the chief, I do want to just add my thanks and my acknowledgement to the chief and to Sam for their great work. Very serious topic that we just covered that is an unfortunate reality of the world that we now live in and face. But thank you for your work and for your partnership. Thanks also to everybody for the opportunity today to give hopefully a brief update on communications and marketing. We had shared in an earlier meeting the formation of a committee on advancement and communication strategy. And I just wanted to let you know that we've met twice already. That committee has as part of the foundation. And we've had very productive conversations. And I wish Lil was still here, but I want to acknowledge Lil and Austin and from the foundation and Diane Fannin, who's the chair of that committee. So we will continue to share any updates out of that committee and the work that comes out of that committee.
On that committee with Christine moving off at some point, or how?
We do.
Yeah. Okay, well,
Yeah.
let's work on that.
So I do want to talk just a little bit, and I won't spend too much time on this, but just to give a high-level overview for folks who may not be aware of what our office entails in the work that we do. And it covers news and editorial content, crisis communications, some of which you've heard about today, media relations in that space, well, I'll just keep moving. Enterprise web and digital communications marketing, which I know is really where we're going to focus a lot of the attention here shortly. Social media, video and photography, graphic design, employee communications, and consultation to the colleges and the administrative units. It covers, and there are things I'm leaving off, but those are the high-level pieces of work that we cover. I want to talk just briefly before we dive further in, just about how we view communications with our team. And that is to say, I think it moves through 3 phases: strategy, delivery, and amplification. And I'll talk a little bit more about each of those areas, but I want to draw your attention to the fact that marketing is within that last phase, the amplification phase. And there are a lot of shops that would put communications on one side of the house and marketing on the other side of the house, and they would view them as separate disciplines. And I would tell you that is, you miss out on synergies. You create unnecessary silos, unnecessary duplication of work when you try to separate those 2 disciplines out. And I would submit to you that communications is marketing and marketing is communication. So we very much view it all as part of the broader effort to tell the University of Rhode Island's story. When we think about strategy, really at the end of the day, it's all about brand elevation. It's all about telling the URI story. It's about engagement. When I say engagement, I'm talking about engagement in 2 forms. First and foremost, it's about our staff engagement. It's about engaging our storytellers in new ways. One of the things that we've tried to do over the last 8 to 9 months is to break down these notions of silos and walls within the communications team, and to really try to communicate to folks that we all have a role to play in telling the URI story. We may have different functional capabilities. I'm not going to ask a writer to go pick up a video camera and edit video, but I am going to ask them to collaborate on ideas and to work together on telling the URI story. And so whatever your role within our department, everybody has a seat at the table in how we think about and talk about storytelling and telling the URI story. So to that end, we meet every morning. We have a morning huddle every day where we can all discuss, okay, what's happening on campus? What are we hearing about? What's happening in the news that we know we've got faculty expertise at the University of Rhode Island, and we can leverage that faculty expertise to talk about that trending event through a URI lens, where we bring URI expertise to bear and thereby elevate the visibility of the university and ultimately the reputation of the university. So that's how we think about engagement. And then obviously it's audience engagement. And the last piece, you'll hear a lot of people talk about being data driven. I think that's I like to talk about being data informed, because I think you've got to take data and put it through a human lens. We've got to make human-based decisions based on the data that we're seeing. And so that is to say that we collect a lot of data in communications, we look at a lot of data, and then we try to make informed decisions about how and what stories we want to tell and how we deliver them. Delivery. This is really about our owned channels, our news email, our news websites, social media. Rhody Today. So at the beginning of the spring semester, we launched a daily news email. You all have started to receive it. Hopefully you're enjoying it. We can tell who opens it, just FYI. Sam can tell who has their radio on. We can tell who opens the email. But I welcome your feedback and I welcome your story ideas. That publication will only be as good as the stories that we're able to tell and the stories that we know about. So I welcome your feedback. I will tell you that shortly after launch, the industry average for higher education for email open rates hovers around 20%, give or take. It may be a little bit higher right now. Our open rate, our overall open rate for Rhody Today was over 60%. Our student open rate was actually higher than our staff open rate. So the notion that students don't open emails, I think I've never believed that to be true, and the data bears that out. Now, I will say there are certain mobile technologies that maybe inflate open rates a little bit, but I think the rates are still telling. And we've still got work to do here, but we did a redesign of the news website. The old version had 4 stories, what I would say above the fold, to use an old newspaper term. You know, we've redesigned it to put 10 stories there. And I think it's 1, about delivering more content, but 2, it's about what it communicates. I think this communicates a university that is active and is moving and that has momentum when you can showcase that much new content on a regular basis. And lastly, it's about social media. And some people still like to think about social media as a nice to have. Social media is not a nice to have. It's a central piece of your communications arsenal, and it needs to be. And each channel needs to have a different strategy. What works on Twitter doesn't necessarily work on LinkedIn. And you've got to think about each platform in its own unique way. I include this lovely photo at the bottom of Butters. And I include Butters because it's a perfect example of the mix of content that we need to include on our social channels and that we strive to achieve. And we're working on getting better in this space. But this got over 3,000 likes on Instagram and exponentially more views in the Instagram story. And so it's just fun and engaging content that people, I mean, look at how cute Butters is. But it's also, Butters is on Peckham Farm, so it's another way for us to talk about Peckham Farm and the work that's happening at Peckham Farm. Amplification, media relations, direct targeting, and marketing. There, in my opinion, there still is no bigger brand builder than third-party validation. So all the work that we do is driven with trying to land here at the end of the day. It's trying to position the University of Rhode Island in positive ways in mainstream news outlets. It's positioning our faculty as experts in stories that are trending, topics that are important. And so this is really where we are striving to be on a daily basis. Direct targeting, we've got ample room for growth here. When you talk about the social space, there's only so much you can achieve with your organic audience. And so we've got to do a bit more in this area to put some money behind our social posts around content that we think is brand building, specifically about significant research, published research, and ways that we're really making life better in many, many ways. And lastly, it's about marketing. And so for the benefit of today, I want to talk about 2 types of marketing because they're different and they're important, but they're also very complementary. The first is about brand awareness. And that is, as it sounds, it's about building awareness. It's about aligning perception, and it's about instilling pride. The second is about call to action marketing and campaigns. And this is where we spend most of our time right now at the University of Rhode Island. I think there's a perception that we don't do marketing at URI, and that's not true. We actually do a fair amount of marketing, but it's all in this space. It's all in the call to action space. And so again, it's about where we are currently. It's about enrollment, about URI Online, and then some level of peer outreach and college-based. Our opportunity lies in the awareness campaign, and that's what I want to spend some time on here shortly. It's around advocacy. It's about a regional brand campaign and ultimately a national brand campaign. So currently, as I said, we really are keenly focused on enrollment-based marketing. And so here you see some of a selection of the current campaign around enrollment marketing. This year's campaign, we shifted sharply from traditional media to more digital placement for a variety of reasons. First of all, because we think that that's where the market is. Secondly, it gives us much more robust metrics on which to measure. So the approach this year drove users directly to a landing page, which you see represented the long strip on the left. And this year's approach increased landing page web traffic by 154%. And so we have seen good success in shifting our ad buys and our resources into this digital space. We're still learning. We've got modifications to make as we move forward, but I think positive step. This is, and I don't know if you'll be able to hear it, I hope you will, this is our 30-second spot that we ran. Again, not a brand building spot, really about driving enrollment. And this spot was intended to reach both prospective students, but also prospective parents. And so we'll see if you think that we achieved that mark.
I've been so busy and there's always so much to do here. Present, taking it all in, I'm learning a lot. It's challenging, but great people helping me figure it out. I want to check in and let you know that I'm finding my place, just like you said I would.
And so I welcome any feedback after the fact, but we've received positive feedback on the spot. The other area where we're dedicating resources is URI Online. And again, you're seeing some of the collateral materials here from that. For this spring marketing campaign, so the first 3 months of this calendar year, we saw more than 13,000 unique page views to the URI Online homepage. That represents 190% increase year over year. So again, we're seeing good marks. We've got a lot more that we can do in this space, though, and that we will. This is going to be an area of great growth and a great growth opportunity, particularly as we look at expanding our online programs and our professional master's programs consistent with the strategic plan. So that's where we've been focused. There is a missing component to that, and that is, I think, a broad brand awareness campaign, specifically a Rhode Island-based and regional-based awareness campaign. We have started down this path a bit with our advocacy, and you've heard some folks talk about advocacy work, and you may be saying, well, advocacy isn't really brand building. There's a call to action, and I would submit to you that it is both. It's both about building the brand, but there is a call to action. And so we started that with the Vote Yes on One campaign, and with great partnership with our government relations colleagues, generous support of our foundation colleagues, the support of all of you in this room, the support of our elected officials, and obviously the support of Rhode Island voters. We were successful in that initiative. We launched a state appropriation website and state appropriation fact sheets. You heard the chair talk about URI Day at the State House. And so we have started down this path. There's a lot more that we have planned, as Lila alluded to. And so there's much more to come in this space. But I think it's an important part as we think about awareness and brand across Rhode Island. This is an important component of it. And what we're about to talk about directly supports this work as well. So again, regional brand, it really is about building brand awareness. It's about aligning perception. I think there are outdated perceptions, I think, across the state about what URI is. And so a brand awareness campaign would be about aligning perceptions. And then the last part, it really is about instilling pride. From my standpoint and from what I hear, our alumni, they have great pride in URI. They have great affinity for their alma mater. And we need to inspire them and empower them to be URI advocates. But beyond alumni, we need to instill pride in every Rhode Islander. If you live in Rhode Island, and if you didn't graduate from Pound or PC, you should feel a connection to URI, and you should feel pride in URI. And I would say we are not merely a university in Rhode Island. There are plenty of those. We are the University of Rhode Island, and we're the only one of those. And we have an opportunity, and more than that, we have an obligation to explain to people what that means and to tell them what that means. Rhode Islanders should feel pride in their state university. They should be proud because their 9th grade teacher graduated from URI, or because the nurse who cared for their father during his cancer treatments graduated from URI, or because their 7-year-old daughter decided to play basketball because she looks up to and wants to emulate Tammy Reese and student athletes on our women's basketball team, or because they have a family member who's been diagnosed with Alzheimer's. And so the work of our Ryan Institute is extremely personal to them. Or because of URI's Watershed Watch, monitoring water quality in their community, or because their neighbor down the street has a son who's enrolled in the TD program, or because their brother-in-law works in a small business launched by a URI alum, or their cousin works for a company that relocated here because of the opportunity to partner with URI, or because they care about climate change and the environment, or about human rights. And so they're motivated by the important work that we're doing in those areas, or because their flagship university, much like their state, has an outsized influence on important issues. We need to instill that pride in every Rhode Islander. And so what does a campaign like that look like? If I can advance this. And we've stalled. I don't know what. There we go. Yes.
Selling URI gear. I know we won.
Here, here.
Oh, no.
So what does a campaign look like? It looks like this. We've done a lot of research and we've started to put together what we think a regional campaign would look like. Obviously, broadcast, cable, Hulu, streaming services, having an ad presence, not the type of ad that you just saw. That's enrollment driven. An ad that just inspires pride and starts to communicate what URI is and what URI does for Rhode Island and how it makes life in Rhode Island better. Transit hubs. Listen, I've heard you. All of you are tired of landing at TF Green and not seeing an ad. I fly through TF Green as well. So looking at transit hubs, looking at TF Green, looking at business travelers and other travelers coming in and out of Providence Station, looking at potentially expanding into Back Bay Station and South Station in Boston. Print, both news and periodicals. So Providence Journal, Boston Globe, Rhode Island Monthly, other periodicals. Radio, on whether that is the public's radio, Hispanic radio, other radio across the state, and high visibility billboards. I know that one person who may be sitting to one side of the chair has a particular billboard that he is keenly interested in, but looking at high visibility billboards across the state. And so that is at a very high level what we would propose for a broad regional brand awareness campaign. And again, it's all designed to build awareness, to align perception, and to instill pride. But it's also about engendering support. And as we build awareness and we build that pride, people are more likely to respond to our calls to action. So a campaign like this would support our government relations work and our efforts to engender increased support. It supports our enrollment work at the end of the day. Broader awareness supports our efforts to inspire enrollment among Rhode Island students. It supports our foundation and alumni relations work. And it supports our efforts to recruit and to retain talent among faculty and among staff. And it supports our work to contribute to the economic development across the state of Rhode Island. And it will position us, as the strategic plan states and as the president alluded to earlier, to serve as a national model for the role a public flagship research university can play in the vitality of its state. And so that is what I would submit to you would be a broad-based awareness campaign in Rhode Island and regionally. I will tell you that this is, of course, an unfunded idea at present. And so there will be pledge cards on your way out the door. I kid you about that. But we are working to try and identify funding because we really do think that there is a significant need and opportunity. And I would say, again, even more than an opportunity and obligation to tell Rhode Islanders the URI story and to instill that level of pride. You know, as the president likes to say, we are Rhode Island's university, and we need people across the state to feel that and to know what that means. So thank you, and I welcome any questions.
So Matt, this is fabulous work, and coming from a world of hearing about branding and marketing on the corporate side, you're hitting all the right things around perception, awareness, and that leads to all the outcomes that we're looking for. Um, I have a question that might sound, you don't have to respond to it right now, but when I look at 2025 other state universities, and it's a really simple thing, but it's been on my mind for a long time. The way we write the University of Rhode Island feels a little like it's from inside the state. So we're defining the university because we all just assume it's Rhode Island. But if we're thinking of a brand outside the state, most other state universities at least put all of that font on equal footing, or they put their state as the capital and the university as small, because it makes the state stand out. And so it's like a simple visual thing that when you talk about pride and you talk about what is the feeling you want to get when you see those words on a page. And I know it's expensive actually to do something as simple as changing that, but I would think about that. And if there's any merit to it, just, give it some thought, because it does always stick out to me that that is an intra Rhode Island way of stating it versus how do we want the country to think about us?
No, I think it's an important point. It's actually a question I asked when I got here, because I had much the same perception as you did. So I do think it's a conversation that warrants exploration for us.
Funded idea.
So fantastic question. For us to do a really robust and comprehensive campaign, we've estimated at about $4 million a year. And that would be both the agency work that we would need to bring in an agency, and then the various ad buys. Now we've priced it out at 3 different levels. That's at the high end. I think it would be tough to do an effective campaign for less than about 2.5 to 3 if you fold in the agency fee and work. So
Pay for itself very quickly. In terms of all the things you said in terms of alumni giving, enrollment, the rest of it, very quickly pay for itself, I would think.
That would be. I'm not an unbiased observer in this, but I would agree, and I think it does. It really does. It sets a foundation on which so much of our other work sits. It really does. It creates new opportunities for our government relations team and for our foundation team. And, I'll go back to the presentation that you saw from our facilities team. We're going to have several geo bond asks coming up in the next several years, and we need voters to feel inspired by that and to vote yes when they go to cast their ballots. And so we can't just assume that we can show up every 2 years and say, hey, we've got a new ask for you, and remember us. You told us you liked us, so please vote for it. Again, I'm going to call it an obligation to tell people what we do and how we make life better here, and to really instill that pride. And so I agree with you. I think it does pay for itself in short order.
I completely agree. I think there's lots of opportunities. When I talk to folks who aren't engaged with URI, but are URI alums, there is a pride already there.
Yeah.
I think it's the engagement piece isn't necessarily where it needs to be just yet. So I know Lil and Jeff have talked about that, specifically about Rhode Islanders that need to be, how do we create better experiences for Rhode Islanders? And then how do we tie that back to this, I think will be critically important, and probably something we could start sooner rather than later. So as you're raising the funds to do this, that engagement piece is already moving and shaking.
Yeah. And my appreciation, I know that I loosely borrowed the United Way about making life better. So thank you. Okay. So,
But Christine brought up a very interesting point, and we're walking a fine
Right.
tightrope here. We're going to be going to the state and the taxpayers and saying, we are significantly underfunded, and this is what our campus looks like, and this is, and then the flip side, we're going to say this place is the best. It's hard.
It is hard, and we've had hard conversations about that internally, but I think it's about being able to effectively communicate some of the challenges. And I think the president has done a really effective job at talking about that there are areas where the state has not realized the full benefit of a flagship research university because of the decline in funding and support. And so I think what we're trying to say is we're trying to showcase the value that we do bring to the state, and that value is significant, but also to showcase how much more we could do if we were funded at the level that we really need to be funded at. And so it is, there's nuance there that's difficult sometimes to communicate. But I think, as Christine mentioned, people want to invest in a winner, right? And I think we do need to tell people the significant good that we're doing, and the significant value that we bring to the state. But what more we could do, and the full value that the state could realize with more support.
First of all, presentation was for a couple issues there.
Sure.
The alumni they're proud of being here. We gotta turn them into activists.
Yes.
We're getting more involved. We gotta turn them into activists. Quite frankly, this is what we do with the membership of the union. There's issues out there that we bring them in. They become active. They feel part of it. There's a couple of things you're gonna have to address too. Almost what Mike brought up, that some of the alumni do not realize that when we do get the money from the state, it's not enough. They actually think it's a great deal of money.
Yeah.
They gotta get educated also, and you tempted that in a certain way that, you know, we're doing okay, but we gotta do a lot better. We need more to get to the finish line where we need to get for this institution. So there's a lot of different variables, and we can come at different ways, but in the end, you grow that activist group of about, what my understanding is, about 70,000 Rhode Islanders that graduate from the University of Rhode Island. By starting with getting Friartown out of the Green Airport and the University of Rhode Island there. Just little things like that, that I know that we have done in the business that I'm in. So great presentation, and we're gonna do some talking on this.
I think it's a fantastic point. And the advocacy piece is something that we've talked about. You know, how we create a grassroots advocacy network among URI alums. And it starts with that pride. It starts with education, as you talked about. And then really putting a call to action out there, and turning them into advocates. So I completely agree. And if you have a contact that can give us that space at TF Green, let me know.
Yeah, I also, I think this is also an example of it being ripe. You know, I think about the health sciences here at URI and how they impact the lives of Rhode Islanders. So tying together the School of Pharmacy, the College of Nursing, what researchers are doing that people can see in their daily lives in Rhode Island, how the university isn't just there in Kingston, but has an impact in their daily, you know, living and activity. So I think there's a great opportunity there to highlight what's going on at the university, but also show how that is linked to people in the community. So.
Yeah, great point. Thank you.
To Lil about like a specific, can we like fundraise specifically, for, not for a budget, an annual budget, but for like putting an ad in TF Green or, you know, like things that people can say, hey, I funded that.
Yeah.
I mean, I think we should have a conversation around that in the campaign.
Yeah.
Doesn't help your ongoing budget, but people get behind things that are tangible.
Yeah. No, and visible, right? That
Right.
they can point to and yeah. No, it's a great point.
Okay, excellent. Thank you, Matt.
Thanks, everyone.
And I think the last thing we do is vote on adjournment. There is going to be, for those that are here and want to stay, there is a terrific tour of the athletic facilities If you can stay, I think it'd be worth it. Otherwise, may I have a motion to adjourn?
Second, this is Courtney.
Any opposed or abstentions? All right, we'll see you in June. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.